Okay, so welcome to another Draw With Me video. Still working on the legions, so I'm I'm developing a much larger composition, so I need to sketch these guys as much as I can. So I'll be sticking with this subject for quite a while. But that's kind of the whole point of the series, to kind of show you how an idea develops and it gets more and more detailed as you go along. Like, you start positioning figures differently and you start working with different lighting scenarios. So let's actually go through the drawings I've done so far. Now, not all of these were recorded. When I drew these, my laptop was actually still being repaired, so I couldn't actually upload any videos. And I didn't have enough storage space on my phone to record the whole thing, so a lot of these drawings I kind of did off screen. But I think for today's video lesson, I want to do something similar to this piece where there's like multiple figures, and I'll just kind of show you my process for that. So let's go have a look at what we've got. So we've got the Centurion here. He's looking pretty cool. This drawing I did after the last Draw With Me video where we were exploring the Centurion, and I gave it another crack. I just kind of tried to draw him one more time in a little bit more detail, and I think he turned out okay. I'm quite happy with him, but I think if I wanted to refine this guy anymore, I would have to really pull out some references and get into those really nitty-gritty details, because when it comes to these sort of details, like the reflections and things, I don't know, pretty tricky to draw from my head. I suppose I could just draw anything and make it a bit more fantastical, I guess, but I don't know. I like referring to the source material when I can, just to kind of keep it semi-historically accurate. But we got this guy. I like the shadows. I like the design of the lights and shadows. I think there's some pretty cool things going on with this dude, so we'll keep him in mind. This was the Centurion that we drew in the last video lesson, so you can sort of compare. You can see how the idea develops a little more, which is kind of the whole point. Okay, let's put them away. So yeah, when you're sketching, you don't just draw something once and throw it in the bin. You have to stick with the subject for a while to really flesh it out. So you really got to sink some hours in. I wish I recorded this one, man, because this is kind of the scene I'm envisioning right now for today's lesson. Just a line of soldiers, getting ready for battle. It's just a cool scene, and it would be cool actually to draw something like that for today's video. We've got some more close-up studies. Really liked how this guy turned out, actually. I like the shadows on his face. So the light's coming from top down. And, oh, a bit of a hair on there. Let's get rid of that. And yeah, I think that's actually a really nice visual. I like the shadows in that. I like a lot of things in that one, actually. We've already seen these guys. That guy I drew off screen. I just decided he needed a friend, so and I think that was the very first one. So again, you can see how the idea develops. Your first couple of sketches might not be that good. You might feel like they take a long time to do. Sometimes you get them done very quickly. Like this one, I think took me about maybe 4 hours, 5 hours. And then I just kind of let it fade out on the end. So I really like how this one turned out. And these guys, again, they probably only took me somewhere between 2 to 3 hours to draw, I think. And you know, it's very simple line work. You know, it's very simple, just big shadow shapes. Nothing too detailed, nothing too crazy. It's just focusing on tone, and that's what gives you your image. It's just so effective to think in terms of light and shadow and try to design them accordingly. So I think what I'll do, I'll put these guys to the side so that this time I do have a bit of a reference of some kind. So, because I might want to look at my sketches and just kind of take different elements from different drawings. But I'm thinking a line of soldiers today, something similar to that drawing there. Pencil is a bit blunt, but it's okay. I don't mind sketching with a blunt pencil. All right, off we go. Let's draw. So I'm just trying to figure out the composition here. I think either, I'm just trying to think, maybe do I want to draw them from this angle? Or something similar to that angle. I think this angle is pretty interesting, where the shields sort of cover their torsos a bit more. No, I'm going to go for this angle. This is good. All right, let's draw, guys. So I'll just make sure my camera is centered on the screen. I'll make sure it focuses. And we are off and away. Okay. First things first, horizon line. So I'll scribble that in somewhere here. Every line I make is just a guide. I've been really enjoying this series, to be honest. It's just, I can just kind of loosen up and sketch, and I don't have to focus too much on perfection, really, which is nice. Okay, what do I want? This is the first drawing of today, so my brain, it just needs to wake up a little bit. Let's just give it a chance. I'm just searching for some interesting shapes that I can use. I'm just sort of placing my figures in with very basic lines. I'm not doing anything too crazy. I probably should have done some warm-up sketches before drawing this one. Might have been a good idea. I don't know. I like to throw myself in the deep end sometimes. I don't really know what this guy, he looks like he's facing towards us, and I'm not sure if I'm happy with that. Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe I'll have him like sort of looking up. And maybe his eyes are sort of looking to the side or something. So I'm just going to sketch these with very basic lines. I like to really play around with the head shapes because you can sort of get a lot of character out of them even in this basic stage. Okay, so we got that. So okay, so I'm kind of estimating here, but that's kind of like the position of his crotch, more or less, and his pelvis would be sort of about that high. And so if his pelvis is there, his hips are going to be here, right? And then you got like the iliac crest, which I don't really have to draw that part. It's a little bit ridiculous, but the reason why his hips are an important landmark, not his hips, but his waistline, is because the belt that wraps around these legionnaires, I think it tends to sit on their waist, like on the iliac crest. So that's why I consider that to be a pretty important anatomical landmark for these guys. But yeah, just very basic, very abstract looking lines, to be honest. They only serve as a guideline, and only I am meant to know what these guidelines mean. Like, you'll be looking at this and you'll think to yourself, what the hell is he drawing? Because it doesn't look like anything. But to me, they mean a lot. All right, so we got him. I think I'm getting a little bit tunnel visioned. I've got to keep it moving. So let's draw the guy next to him, which I will put over here. And this guy, maybe he's just sort of looking to the side. I'm going to take his head height and just make it a little bit smaller for this guy. I don't want to measure too much, because if I'm over measuring, then I kind of lose the dynamism of the drawing. Dynamism? Is that a word? I don't even know if that's a word. So that's my horizon line. So I just got to make sure. What I'll do, I'll just put the horizon line on either side of the drawing. And then that way I'm not really going to lose the position of that, because as I'm moving my hand across the page, it's going to rub up against that. And I know you should keep your hand off the paper, but I am working on a horizontal surface for the camera, so I'm not going to be able to keep my hand off the page. I gotta rest it on something. Somebody's texting me. I can wait. Okay, so maybe I'm just trying to think where I want this guy to be positioned. I'm thinking maybe a similar position where he's got his shield sort of, resting his hand on his shield like this guy. I'll kind of change it up a little bit. Yeah, it's a very very abstract drawing. And it doesn't look like I'm thinking about the planes of the head shape and things like that, but I actually am. I'm just trying to simplify them as much as I can. I don't want to go too detailed, because if I do that, then well, there's no point, because I'm just going to change everything anyway. You know, I really want to keep it loose, as loose as I can. Okay, so this guy's a little bit taller. I'm trying to vary their heights as well. So I don't want to just draw them, I don't want to draw all of my figures sort of at the same height, traveling to a distant vanishing point, because that's not a very interesting silhouette. You got to vary their heights. There are short people, there are tall people. So this is kind of why you want to loosen up, so you can get more interesting compositions. So by all means, like, definitely research the laws of perspective and things like that. But, you know, when you're drawing figures, just try to loosen up as much as you can, so you can create more interesting works of art. Because I'll tell you this, I don't really care how realistic or how abstract your work is. If it's boring to look at, then you kind of failed. That's my philosophy anyway. Like, I could draw the most technically accurate piece, you know, just put all of my skills into that. But if all I'm left with is just a boring image that's not exciting to look at, then as far as I'm concerned, I've kind of just done a bad job. I'm going to draw this guy as if he's holding his shield up just to vary this. Again, I'm always trying to break up the composition somehow. Just trying to picture what his hand is going to do here. I think I want him sort of carrying his peeler. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about. Maybe have his javelin sort of tucked under his arm. Now I'm just trying to figure out how I want to draw that. You know what? I'll just sketch something. Because the sooner I do that, the sooner I can start correcting the image. I don't like that. Okay. I think this drawing is going to be a long one, guys. I don't think this one's going to be a quick one. Oh, I don't like that. I don't know what I was doing there. I don't like that. Let's try that one again. See, I don't have an idea for this next figure. I don't know where he's looking. Is his head tilting? Yeah, maybe let's draw his head sort of tilting. Give him a bit of a head tilt. Maybe he's kind of looking back in our direction. I think, yeah, that I like that more. Still don't really know where I'm going with him, but I think we're getting something there. My lines are getting a bit fuzzy. You know, I struggled for the longest time trying to clean up my line work. I used to have very scribbly lines for the longest time in my art journey, and it was hard trying to draw straight lines. When I was learning how to draw in perspective, I was trying to keep my lines clean. I really struggled with that. That was like the hardest thing ever. Something so simple just turned out to be one of the most difficult things I've ever struggled with. And I still struggle with clean lines. I think scribbly lines are okay for figures, you know? Like, I think you can loosen up a bit more for figures. Because figures, you know, there's a bit more of a, well, they're a bit more dynamic. And you want to capture that sense of movement a little bit, which you can do with sort of very rough, unfinished looking lines. But on the other hand, though, you don't want to go overboard on that. You still got to make it look like the thing that you're trying to draw. But you know, when you're drawing figures, you got to explore a little bit, because you're just not going to get it right the first go around. It's going to take a bit to sort of get the image that you want. Yeah, just very basic shapes right now. I do not want to commit to this drawing at all. I've got commitment issues. Okay. Yeah, we've got a bit of something. I would have liked to have gotten that on the page a lot sooner, but it's okay. I don't mind taking my time with the line work. I mean, to be honest, this stage, basic as it may seem, it really is the most important stage. Because you have to try to communicate everything with line. And yeah, I'm just measuring their heads and I'm just making it a bit smaller. It's literally all I'm doing. I'm not gonna think too hard about the perspective. Not in a sketch anyway, at least. And certainly not for the first sketch of the day. No way. I feel like, given how long this has taken me though, I feel like this might be a couple of episodes long. Don't want him. Now, if this was a more complicated scene, where there's like more landscape and, you know, you could see their entire bodies from head to toe, then I would basically have to sketch the full body length first, because what I'm doing, as you've noticed, is I'm kind of starting with the head shape and then everything else follows. And it's not really how you're meant to draw the figure. You're meant to draw the full body length. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know what I want here. I just haven't quite. Let me just try and, I might just rough this in very quickly because I can't figure out exactly the pose I'm looking for. So I think if I just sketch a little bit faster. Okay, yeah. Okay, got him. Right. How long's it been? We're on 41 minutes. Okay, well, I'm just contemplating if I want to put someone on this side. I think I should. Let me just shift this across and let's sketch somebody in here. All right. I feel like he's standing a bit too close to this guy. I want to give this guy some space. Yeah, let me just shift him. Just going to sketch in the position of his arms. Just trying to think, what is he doing with this hand? I need to do something a bit different. Should probably use my own hand as reference. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad idea. I'm just trying to see if I can somehow make that a little bit more convincing. I'll have to refine the silhouette of that, but yeah, I kind of like how his it looks like his hand is sort of tucking into his chest a bit more. That's kind of what I'm going for, but I don't know if I've communicated that well enough. Guess we'll just have to keep drawing and find out. Well, we've got something. Very basic line work. God, I would love to get a centurion in there somewhere. Don't know, where's he gonna go? Alrighty, let's continue on. I took a little bit of a break. I just thought maybe it was I was taking a bit too long drawing the line work for this. So usually, you know, if I feel like I'm taking a bit too long, then I'll try and have a break if I can. So we got these row of figures down here. I'm wondering if I want to put like another row up here, like in the background. Just toying with the idea at the moment. I mean, it's a sketch, so I kind of want to play around as much as I can. Let me think. Well, let me draw another guy here. Yeah, I reckon a few more figures like here in the background, maybe like further off in the distance, would be a cool thing to draw. Maybe they're like standing on a hill, something like that. No, I don't think I'm a fan of that. I don't know, still thinking. I should have done like a quick thumbnail sketch first, to be honest with you. And then I'd have a clearer vision of what it is that I wanted. All right. All right. Okay, so let's just I'm just sketching a few figures in the background, but I don't know, I might just, don't know where I'm going with them just yet. So look, I think maybe I've got enough information that I can start maybe sketching in some shadow shapes. I will need to draw the helmets though. So start with this guy in the foreground. He's kind of facing this way, which I kind of like doing that. I like using the guy on the edge of the drawing to sort of face this direction, because it's kind of compositionally, it's like you look at him and then you want to look, you want to know at what he's looking at. So it kind of leads your eye across the composition a bit more, I think. So that's why I'm going to use that technique. Yeah, I think this one's going to be a long one, guys. I was hoping I could hurry up a little bit, but I don't know. My fault for not doing a warm-up. I don't mind taking my time though. at the end of the day, it's not a race. It's just as long as you're producing some work that you like, then that's all you got to do, really, at the end of the day. And truth be told, if you take your time, sometimes you get the drawing done a little bit sooner than you thought. So it's not always about rushing. So this is the stage where I'm basically trying to just refine the line work a little bit. Without going super detailed. I mean, again, I'm trying to not draw detailed lines. I want to keep it relatively open. But I'm just using the guidelines that I've got. Just darkening corners here and there, refining the image. Just looking at the work that I've got on the page and just sort of going from there, you know. I don't want to confuse myself early in the drawing. And these marks that I'm making right now are probably a bit too dark, so I might just get the eraser on that. I don't want dark lines right now. I think that's a really bad idea. Because a dark line is very distracting, and it's very definite, if that makes sense. I just want bright, soft, fuzzy lines. Not fuzzy, like not messy, but just lines that are a little bit more vague, that can allow me to play around a little more. Just looking for opportunities in the line work to refresh the idea, maybe, and to kind of change some of the angles of things and stuff like that. Oh, okay. On to the next guy. He's probably a little bit... Oh, he's okay. He's a bit of a last-minute character, so I think he's going to look a bit awkward naturally, but maybe he'll turn out okay. We'll see. Only one way to find out, really. But we do need to move on to this guy. And his head is at a slightly funnier angle. So I need to take that into account. Just very light lines, playing around. Just kind of searching. Just searching for things. But yeah, I really want to kind of just break these lines up a little more. Because even though I'm searching, I don't want to bog myself down with too much line work. It's probably all gonna change anyway. I think that looks okay. So we'll move on to the next guy. I might want to just draw a couple more details in this guy's armor. You've usually got a sort of leather strap that attaches to the holster of the gladius around here. So I'll just kind of sketch that in. It's another leather strap across the chest plate, some down here. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of thinking involved in this stage. It's not terribly exciting at the moment. I'm just kind of sketching in his gladius right now. Just with a few basic lines here, nothing crazy. I really need some music to listen to. Yeah, drawing is hard. Drawing is not easy. But I'm guessing you guys already knew that. But yeah, you can spend a long time refining the line work, just, you know, going around placing things exactly as you want them. You know, which is all well and good. But I don't know. I like to, these days, I kind of like to just keep my figures very sketchy, very open. Not trying to draw anything too complex, I guess. Because a lot of those sort of complexities can actually be solved when you're like hatching in the shadows and you're like sort of working out the lights and the shadows. Which is kind of what I intend to do here. Like I kind of want to get, you know, map out the proportions, map the composition, and get some information on the page during this stage, just so that I'm not completely lost. But you know, I don't want to get too carried away with the line work either. Because when you're drawing these sort of bigger compositions, you've got a lot of work to do, and you don't want to get too hung up on the drawing stage. Or the line works stage, I should say. You really want to, well, for me personally, I want to try and get into the toning as quickly as I can, without rushing it, obviously. Yeah, I think this composition is going to turn out a little more complicated than I originally intended. I just kind of went for it today. Initially, I was only thinking maybe, I don't know, like 5 figures. But we've got 7 in the front, and then we've got more in the back. So I'm obviously going for something a little more complicated. These ones in the back, though, I'm thinking I want to move those. Okay, carrying on. So we're up to this guy here, which I kind of want him to sort of be facing straight ahead. That's a pretty tricky angle to draw that helmet. But yeah, just cleaning up my lines any chance I get. This guy, his head looks a bit too small. Smaller than it probably should be, so I might just quickly adjust him. I'm just going to sketch this guy in very briefly. Oh, man. Okay, well, we've got something. I think we've definitely got enough to sort of work with. So these guys in the background here, I might actually shift them a little bit across this way. So I want to keep this side a bit clearer. don't know about that there. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. All right, let's start toning so I can get some information in here. I'm trying to think of the light source. I think I might have the light source just hitting directly sort of into their faces. So it's like a sort of low angle and it's hitting them from the front. I think we'll get some pretty cool imagery from that. There's only one way to find out though. So what I'll do is I'll just start gently toning it in with hatching strokes. I really don't want to go too dark this early in the drawing. I want my strokes to kind of be more or less, well, not invisible, but very soft. Oh dear. I don't know why I get so nervous when I record myself drawing. I wonder if any other artists have this problem. So just like the line work, I'm also searching for those shadow shapes. I don't quite know where they're going to be. That's why I'm just sort of just gently hatching them in. Just got to search for them. but I'm still keeping the drawing very, very abstract. Not committing to anything. Keeping my lines very soft, very fuzzy, in the hopes that maybe the forms will appear to me. So I've got some line work, obviously, which is a good guide, but they're still in abstraction. They're not finished. Oops. I don't want that. I don't want any hard lines at all. I just got to keep it really soft. Just hatching over the line work. So, you know, when I draw these lines, I draw them with the expectation that I'm going to lose them at some point, which you might think probably destroys the purpose of doing all that line work to begin with. But I don't believe that's true. You know, again, if I was drawing from reference, maybe, because your lines are, you know, you can see the image that you're drawing, so your lines can be a bit more definite. But drawing a scene from my head, I've kind of really, it's really important that I just keep the lines very, open. But I'm thinking about perspective, and I'm thinking about all of those technical things. I'm just simplifying it. I'm just abstracting all of those technical concepts. So anatomy, perspective, form, the whole thing is an abstraction to me. But yeah, it's very important that I keep my lines very, very soft. Not too messy, you know, it's still gotta look like something. And I've just got to analyze my lines very carefully as well. Because it's very easy to get lost in the drawing, and sometimes you're just not quite sure what you drew earlier. Yeah, it's a tricky thing. But I'm still searching. And I've got to look for opportunities to simplify it as well. I've got to look for opportunities to kind of get rid of some of the detail, in a sense. So for example, like this guy raising his shield, I can just put him completely in shadow. Doesn't matter to me exactly where that shadow is falling in a technical sense. Compositionally, it'd be better if I just simplify this as darkness. And then just leave the rest up to the viewer's imaginations. So, gonna do that. Yeah, it's a very sketchy piece right now. Yeah, here we go. This is the kind of speed that I sort of want to be drawing in. Just fairly quick. I feel like I've warmed up now. I really should have done a proper warm-up before recording. We might have already done this stage by now, but that's okay. I don't mind. Hopefully you guys don't mind watching. It's all about just getting that tone on the page. And you don't have to define everything. Some things you can just figure out as you go. But yeah, you really want to keep your tones very soft in this stage if you're going to draw like this. Don't go dark. Don't go dark, because once you go dark, that's it. There's no coming back from that. You know, the pencil is stained into the page, and you're just going to have to deal with whatever image you've got. Once you go black, you don't go back, as they say. Okay. Well, look, we've got an image, so guess I could start really chipping into this piece with a finer pencil and just refine the shadow shapes. If I can get those shadow shapes right, then we'll have a pretty successful image, but it's going to be tricky. All right, we're back. So I'm coming back the next day now because yesterday I had to stop drawing. I had to attend to something else. It's always the way, isn't it? Life just gets in the way of a good drawing session. So pretty much left it like this. I did work on another sketch afterwards though, so at least I got something done. But the sketch looks like this. And most of it I've recorded. I think I kind of chipped into this guy a little bit off camera. But not much has really happened there. I think I also changed the position of this guy's shield as well, because I don't think I recorded me doing that. Not that I really have to. It's, you know, all I did was switch the angle about, that was it. So let's keep hatching away. Let's, where is, I'll just use this pencil. I was gonna try and maybe switch to my 6B pencil, but I think I'll keep this one. So all I'm doing is I'm just hatching in the shadow shapes, and I'm just altering them a bit now, cleaning them up a little bit. So this fuzziness that I've got, I want to really slowly sharpen things up. That's kind of what I'm doing. Again, not fully committing, but just getting a little bit more extra information on the page, erasing things, changing certain things. just carefully hatching things in. That's all I gotta do. But yeah, it's really important that I just try to keep my hand off the page right now, because I don't want to make a mess of everything. And yeah, I'm just keeping my hatching strokes very light. I also kind of changed the desk setup. I just kind of changed the height of it and switched my stool that I'm sitting on, because I don't know, my back was just killing me yesterday when I was drawing this. I like to sort of draw at a more tilted angle, but it's hard to record the video like that, so I just kind of work on a horizontal surface. So this stage of the drawing is kind of important, because this is kind of where I'm really refining the shapes a little more. So I might go quiet again for a while, and you can just watch me scratch away, just so I can focus a bit on what I'm doing, because I've got some kind of visual, but I still am not quite sold on the image that I'm creating just yet. And I just want to really focus on what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm drawing just very soft shadows. I don't know the positions of a lot of these things just yet. I'm just figuring it all out as I go. So I think at this early stage of the drawing, I'm really just kind of looking for, I don't know, soft edges versus hard edges. And yeah, I think I'll spend a bit of time in this stage, I reckon. Just trying to leave things, I don't know, it's a tricky balance with this stage of the drawing, because it's like I want to leave things kind of ambiguous, but at the same time trying to define things as well. And yeah, it's hard. This is the part where I always struggle. And you know, you can spend a long time refining the line work, which I used to do. I used to kind of work like that, where I would spend ages just drawing the line work, and that was fine. But I found every time I did that, my figures would just look really stiff. And you know, when you use very strong lines, yes, you've got a clear image to work with, but you have less opportunity for exploration. And it's in that exploration where you find more interesting shapes. So I kind of like to, I don't know, it's a very tricky balance. I like to sort of sketch a few lines, and then I just kind of tone the rest of it in, like I'm doing right now. And yeah, I just find it's a bit easier to develop the image. And the great thing about toning it in is, your lines are kept very soft, and so they're easy to erase, they're easy to fix up if you have to fix them up. But at the same time, you don't want everything to be fuzzy. You have to put a few definite lines in there. So that's why these early stages of the drawing are so tricky, because yeah, it's a very delicate balance, and they kind of dictate how well the drawing is going to go from here on out. But yeah, I really want to focus on, might just erase that part. Yeah, just focusing on separating those shadows from the lights. Getting some strong silhouettes, or just gently strengthening them. And thinking about those planes and the 3D forms without drawing them. Yeah, just trying to maintain some ambiguity in these forms. But the hardest part of any drawing is trying not to get tunnel visioned into one particular spot. I always find that's just hard, because you can really get distracted by one figure and then forget about the rest. But that's also a tricky balance, because you have to take your time on each figure as well. So you can't just rush through it, you know. You gotta think. But yeah, you don't want to take too long on each figure either. It's very I don't know, drawing is strange, that's for sure. But I think a lot of it, you know, a lot of your skill comes from studying the fundamentals over and over again, to the point where you are so familiarized with 3D forms that you can kind of just sketch them no problem. That's my opinion. Just putting some very soft gradients in there as well. So, you know, there's like darker shadows and bright shadows. That's where I think the realism kind of starts coming in a bit more. When you put those gradients in. But the gradients are very soft. They're not like... It's not like I'm going straight to black. I'm just searching. I'm just searching and I'm just playing around and I'm thinking, okay, where are the dark spots going to be? Where are they likely to be, I should say, since I don't actually know. Everything I draw from my head is just an estimation. It's an educated guess based on what I've studied from the fundamentals. But in a scene as complex as this, all I can do is guess. But because I've trained myself in the fundamentals quite strongly, you know, I spent many years doing geometry and perspective drawing. I can kind of make those estimated guesses a little bit more accurately. It's never going to be 100% accurate, obviously, but you know, it can get pretty close. Or I could get a decent result, I should say. And the form begins to reveal itself to me the more I scratch away. And then when I've got a bit more of an image on the page, then I can start being a bit more confident in my strokes. But right now, it's just careful scratching. Not going too fast, not going too slow, just taking the time that I want to take. I'm thinking about what those shadows would do. I'm thinking about where the light hits certain surfaces. Thinking of how it reflects off certain things without going too detailed. It's a very strange way of drawing, because it's like I'm drawing all of my drawing decisions are based on what I think I know about how light works in the real world, but I'm also drawing with feeling, because that's important too. A lot of my favorite artworks, they look very real, but they're also very expressive. Like the brushwork is extremely expressive in some of the artists whose work that I like. And so while they are constructing a believable image, they are not getting carried away with detail. And at the same time, they're letting their tool do the work for them. And that's kind of how I'm learning. Like I'm learning to loosen up a bit. And it's hard. You know, sometimes I can really loosen up and, you know, I just go for it. But I'm not that good at that yet. Which is probably why I draw a lot more carefully when I'm recording a video. Because I'm not very comfortable just yet drawing expressively on camera. I should be, you know, I should just stop caring and just go for it, but I don't know. It's hard. Because, you know, if I'm not recording myself, I don't really care what the drawing looks like. I don't, if I'm just drawing in privacy, I just let loose and just really go for it. But if I draw on camera, I kind of want it to look good for the camera. So, I don't know. Maybe that's just more of an ego thing, I'm not sure, probably. Because if I do a bad drawing, then I don't think anybody's going to watch the video, so I don't know. Maybe I should just stop caring. But, I think there's a time to do both. I think there's a time to be more expressive, and I think there's a time to be more careful and more considered of your approach. And I think you should train both of those things. Which is why I mentioned in one of my videos, might have been the last video I put out, where I talk about technical drawing. So like actual kind of almost engineering drawing in a sense. Because I had to do a little bit of that when I was learning to draw architecture. And I think it was very good for me. It was very dry. It was very technical, dry stuff. But I tell you what, man, it helped me to think three-dimensionally a lot better. Like I was just more aware of 3D space and things like that. And I think that translates in my sketches as well, like this. But it was hard. It was hard learning how to draw technically. I'm just going to put the fan on again because it's warming up. It's really warming up out there. But yeah, I have to keep reminding myself, when I'm drawing like this, I've got to keep reminding myself not to be too technical about it. And just loosen up, let the pen do the talking. Or the pencil, whatever. Because man, you can do sketches which, if you learn to be a bit more expressive about your marks, you can get the drawing done very quickly and still get quite good results. I'll quickly show you the drawing that I did yesterday. If I can find it. Here it is. So I kind of sketched these two figures, and they're very sketchy, and they're very, scribbly, but I think I really like the character in these faces. I didn't really know what they were going to look like when I started. All I could think of was sort of battered and bruised soldiers. That was kind of the concept I was going for there, but I didn't really know what the finished result was going to look like, and I'm just scribbling away, and I'm not being very precise in my lines. The helmet got a bit tricky when I was trying to draw the 3D form of that. That's where you want to be a little more technical because you're drawing a solid 3D structure. But I think anything anatomical, you can kind of loosen up a little bit. I'm thinking about the eye sockets and the cheekbones and things like that, but I'm not thinking of them on a super deep level. I'm only thinking about the surface anatomy, to be honest. And then I just scratch away until I get something that I like. And if I don't like it, I get the eraser in and I change a few shapes. And, eventually, and this guy didn't take me too long. This guy took me a bit longer because I was drawing his helmet and I sort of scribbled it in, but yeah, I was really struggling because I kind of just went straight in and I didn't know what he was going to look like. But yeah, that's kind of an example how you can really loosen up and get these really expressive marks. And I want to do more of this. I like this too. Like, I like the more refined stuff. It's great if you're doing light and shadows, but these more softer, sort of scribbled in guys, I don't know, they've got a real character to them. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, I'm thinking of the structure, but I'm not drawing it super cleanly. I'm kind of really just being very soft and deliberate in my marks, and I just start very light to begin with. And then I just gradually make my lines darker and darker, but it's very just soft scribbles. And I'm not being, like, I'm not being too messy. Like, I'm not just, get something on there, because that's just not going to give me any kind of result. But I'm also trying to avoid going too tight. I have to go a bit tight because this is a small drawing. It's only an A3 page and it's a rather big scene, I guess. So I have to kind of get a little bit tight into those nooks and crannies. But I'm trying to, I'm just trying to draw as quick as I can without taking forever on each form. And look, it's hard, but it's getting there. But yeah, I think you can kind of see what I'm getting at. Like, you can see right now how the form is starting to appear. We're starting to see what's going on a little more. I think that's a little too dark for my liking. I want to keep that very light. That's the problem with these pencils. This is an HB, so it says, but it goes dark very fast. So maybe I'll try switching pencils. But they are convenient because you don't have to sharpen them. So bit of a give take, I think. Oh, well, we'll just work with what we got. I'm gonna just hatch a little shadow shape in there from those shoulder plates. And I'm just seeing what those hatching strokes are giving me. And then I go over them and try to sharpen the edge up if I like it, if I like what it's doing. So like I said at the start of this drawing, I don't want to commit to it. I've got commitment issues. But once the form appears to me and I can see what's really going on, then I can start sharpening those lines up a little more if I like what I see. Gotta try before you buy. But, there's some drawings which would be better if you commit fully and just not be a coward and just go in. But with this scene, I just went in without much of I had a general idea, but that was it. I didn't do any preliminary sketches, which is always a good idea, by the way. This is my preliminary sketch, I guess. But had I taken the time to draw each individual soldier, maybe study them a little more, figure out what they're doing, then maybe this process would have gone a bit quicker and I would have been a bit more confident. Let me just try and... But this is a good reason to keep your marks very soft, is so that you can erase into that very easily. So if you need to carve anything out, you can do so with ease. I had a comment on one of my videos. He suggested, he or she, sorry, I don't know, but they suggested that I should draw cavalry, so people on horseback, and I was like, that's an awesome idea. I'll probably definitely get some reference for horses though. Horses I can kind of draw. I'm getting a bit better at those, but man, they are giving me a challenge, I'll tell you that. Because the thing is about horses, well, I guess it's like people. I guess it's like any animal. You can't just draw a horse. You have to capture the movement and you have to capture the character, because horses are characters. My nan, she used to own horses in the UK. And you know, I used to go up to them and feed them, and you know, they're just funny. They're funny creatures, and they got a lot of character. And you know, when you're drawing animals like that, you've really got to take care to really capture their movements and their mannerisms. So I think, yeah, drawing cavalry, that's a good idea. I have been doing that for my Napoleonic series, so I have been drawing Napoleon soldiers, soldiers of that time period, and so maybe I should do a Draw With Me episode on that. That might be a cool idea. Okay. So yeah, remember that your eraser is a tool, and it's a drawing tool, okay? It's not a correction tool. Well, I mean, you can correct things with it, obviously, but you shouldn't really be thinking of it like that. You want to think of it as a drawing tool. So just carving away, sculpting, things like that. Bit too dark. I also want to change the shape of that. So there you go. My eraser is a drawing tool. I'm changing the shape right there. I want to bring that down. And there we go. I remember there was an artist who told me that, you know, to be a good artist, you've got to practice drawing without an eraser. Okay, I think that's only half true. If you're drawing from reference, if you're drawing from life, then yes, I think definitely try to draw without an eraser. Because it's going to help you to observe a little more carefully, knowing that you won't be able to correct any mistakes if you make one. It's also going to teach you how to embrace the mistakes a little more, which is also good. So yes, I do agree with that. I think, however, if you're drawing a scene from imagination, you're going to want to use your eraser, because it's a useful tool to help you explore, and that's what you want. You want to give yourself the freedom to explore as much as you can. And yes, it's definitely a correction tool as well, but I would try not to think of it like that. Okay. Well, I think this is the part of the drawing now where I should probably start going a little tighter. I am going to take a break though. I'm just going to walk away, give my eyes a break, have a drink. And then I'll just come back to this piece with fresh eyes. Okay, let's go. I think I'm going to switch back to my 6B pencil, only because I just feel like I should be speeding up a little bit, and it's going to just force me to get a move on, start developing this drawing a little bit more quickly, and hopefully develop it without messing everything up. So we're going back to the 6B pencil, still keeping my strokes rather light, but you know, every time I feel like I'm dragging my feet, then I just try switching up my tools a little bit. It kind of makes sense to draw with a blunt pencil though, don't you think? Because if you're going to work on a painting, then you're going to be using paint brushes. And paint brushes are very thick, and you can't really get into the details as such. So in my mind, it kind of makes sense to use a thick pencil, one that isn't too sharpened, just to kind of sketch in and rough in the idea. And it's just going to force me to think about it more interesting shapes rather than details. Details don't make a drawing. They can embellish a drawing. You know, you can use detail in a sense of sorry, my mind just went blank. Yeah, you can use details in the sense of maybe embellishing the drawing a little bit, or if you want to draw the viewer's eye in a particular place, but you know, you're not going to draw details everywhere. There's just too much drawing for that. You know, like there's just way too much drawing, and really want to keep focusing on drawing captivating shadows, interesting shadow shapes, all of that good stuff. That's what I want. I don't really want a bunch of distracting details everywhere. So I'm switching my pencil, and you can see how I'm already drawing a little bit more confidently. So I should have just stuck with this pencil from the offset. But anyway, we're just playing around. I'm not too interested in drawing super quickly with this one. This is just messing around, just having fun. You know, I am trying to improve my speed at drawing a little bit. But, you know, you don't want to go overboard on these things either. You just want to just draw at a pace that's comfortable. But, you know, if you're like me and you feel like you're just taking too long on a piece, yeah, try switching tools. Just try switching it up and see if that makes a change. And also just take a break, you know, just walk away from the drawing. I do that quite a lot now. I don't force myself to draw for 8 hours in a row, at least not anymore, because I don't think you get any meaningful results from doing that. I think you'll work a lot more effectively if you take a break and then just come back to it later. I honestly believe. Because when you come back to your drawing, after taking a break, you can see different things in it. You can see the shapes a little differently. It's like your brain just kind of resets. And that's why I'm a huge advocate for taking regular breaks in a drawing. Another reason I'm taking a break semi-regularly is just to kind of give my back a break. I could try and maybe set up this camera so that it's standing vertically and I can tilt my drawing board up. But I just haven't kind of figured out a way to make that look good, I guess. because the drawing is kind of on an angle. Whereas if I keep the camera the way it's set up now, you know, you can see the drawing from top down. So I think that just looks better for the video. And I think the quality also comes out better because I can just kind of get closer. I can put the camera a bit closer to the drawing. I might do a combination of my soft pencil and this hard pencil here. I think that might be the go. Really looking to just strengthen some of these shapes. I really want to I tell you what, the drawing process, it always goes easier if you've got a bit of music playing in the background. I don't want to get copyright strikes though on my videos, so I can't do that. But I don't know, when you listen to music, I usually listen to just classical music when I'm drawing, and it just really helps me to get into that meditative state. And yeah, if you can get into that meditative state, then the drawing process, it just feels a lot easier. So yeah, I find classical music helps me a lot with that. Might change. I'm just going to make these shadow shapes here a little more interesting. So this is like the shadow of the shield being casted over his uniform. I'm just going to kind of get in there and really tone that up and just change those shapes here, because he's got like these leather straps hanging off his belt. This is also another part that needs a little bit of love, bit of attention to detail. Okay. Well, I think I've tunnel visioned myself in that bit, so let's move on to the next part. Let's just keep it moving. Make sure you're always checking yourself. Don't want to be spending too much time drawing the same area. We've got a lot of work to do on this one. So let's, I mean, we've got a cool impression of him. I think he's actually not too bad. Yeah, I think he's okay. So I think we can probably move on to the other characters. Let me just lighten some of them up. Let's come to this guy in the foreground, because we haven't really been doing much with him. Would be good to Get this guy a little more rendered. Just sketching in those shadows. Not being overly particular. I'm just drawing shadow shapes that I think look good, honestly. That's, you know, like I'm keeping the general light source in mind, but I'm not trying to like calculate it too much, I guess. It's not really what I'm after. I just want to get these very soft tones and just draw this impression. Just looking for an impression, which I usually get from light and shadows. And I'm just paying very careful attention to the lines that I've already made. I'm not afraid to lose the lines if I have to. Like, I'm not afraid to change things. But I don't want to I don't want to lose too much of it. Like, I need to look at the lines and try to understand what it was that I was thinking of when I first drew it. Because the more information you add to a drawing, the more you can get lost in it if you're not paying attention to what you're doing. So you're not disregarding the line work that you're doing, because you put a lot of effort into that. You're just changing things here and there, making decisions. But if you're going to make decisions, then you have to be informed. You have to make informed decisions. That's the way I think of it. And so you got to study your lines and try to think, okay, where is it that I'm going? Because every line I draw is an abstraction. It's not literal. You know, drawing is an illusion. And we're creating illusions on a two-dimensional surface. So and line is a very abstract tool to communicate that illusion. And that's the thing, as you work on the drawing, your drawing is going to get a bit messy. The line will get a little bit fuzzier from where you've lost some of the detail, or maybe where your hand has sort of smudged over things. And that's usually the point where we start getting lost in the drawing. So you don't want to be too attached to your line work, but you do have to proceed carefully. And you just have to, when you're looking at your lines, you just want to analyze them and try to remember what you were doing with that line when you first drew it in. What does it represent? You know, the line is an abstraction. And only you, as the artist, know what that abstraction means. And so when you start adding tone into the drawing and you're shaping the drawing and you're sculpting like I am, you've got to really make sure that your idea is being communicated and that you're not losing the general impression of what you were going for when you first started drawing it. Very, very difficult balance. So, you know, this is why drawing is hard. It's a constant thinking game. Constantly having to think about your next move. Constantly having to think about where you're going, where you've been, where you want to go. So, you know, you want to have a general destination in mind when you're drawing like this, but you also have to be open to the possibility of being taken in a different direction if the drawing calls for it. Because it's only through exploring that you're going to create a meaningful result. You can't, or at least I can't, predict what the finished result of this is going to be like. You know, the idea is coming to me as I scratch away more and more. It's slowly revealing itself. Yeah, it's slowly revealing itself. It's a bit of a battle. And, you know, if you're sketching and you're kind of trying to draw a piece like this, and you find yourself maybe failing or just not quite getting the results that you want, I think it could be one of two things. It's maybe you're trying to be a bit too much of a control freak and you're not allowing yourself to be lost in the process. And that was my problem for a long time. Like I was very good at the technical stuff, and I was pretty good at drawing in perspective and casting shadows and, all of that technical stuff, which I think is important, but I could never allow myself to loosen up. That's only a thing that I've learned fairly recently, actually. So that was my issue. I just couldn't allow myself to scribble away. And as a result, I ended up with pieces and figures that just looked stiff, unnatural. I don't really worry about perfection as much anymore, because perfection doesn't exist and you can't get there. Not that you shouldn't strive for it, but it doesn't exist. So you don't want to bog yourself down with that too much, really. It's just pointless. It's a pointless battle that you're not going to win. And every time I tried to be a perfectionist, I just couldn't create the things I wanted to create. They just never looked right. And it ended up taking me a long time to draw things that probably shouldn't have taken me that long to do. So loosening up, that could be the culprit. And the other culprit is maybe you're not trained in the fundamentals well enough. So maybe it is a technical issue. And I don't know where you guys are at in your art practice right now. But if you haven't learned perspective, or if you haven't learned how to cast shadows and draw figures and just, learn to do the things that make an artwork, then yeah, you need to study the fundamentals. But it's hard. Just gonna chip into that. It's hard. It's hard finding good teachers. It's hard finding good instructors that can help you to accomplish your goals. And I always think to myself, if I had a good instructor that taught me how to draw properly, and they could have kept me on the straight and narrow, I might have reached my art goals maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But I was just never fortunate enough. I did take some tuition from some teachers. Some were good, some were not as good. Some actually taught me very bad habits. So, gotta be careful who you learn art from. Like, they might look like they're the real deal, but I don't know. Sometimes it's all just a show. And when I teach people, like, I'm not claiming that I'm the real deal. I just tell them what I can do, you know? I just show them my work. If they're taking tuition from me, then it's probably because they like my work and they like what I do. So I guess I just assume that. You know, if they want to learn perspective, I can teach them that. If they want to learn a little bit of architecture, I can teach them that too. You know, the good thing about learning how to draw multiple subjects is that it's definitely made me a very versatile artist. I might not be a master at any particular thing, but I prefer to be a bit of a jack of all trades, to be honest. And I'm not really a fan of artists that can only draw one thing. Like, there's so many portrait artists, and I know, like, I get it. That's kind of their job. They're doing portrait commissions and things, and they've been trained at these academies. But I just don't. I mean, it's not like there's anything wrong with what they're doing, but I just think that's so boring. I just, you know, I know I probably shouldn't say that. I shouldn't be saying that, but I don't know. To only draw one subject. Oh man. Maybe I'm against it because that used to be me for a long time. Like, I used to do portrait commissions, and I was pretty good at it. I got good at oil painting, and I got good at drawing people's faces in a very lifelike way. But it took me way too long to realize that I did not want to be a portrait artist, because it was the most boring thing in the world, and I actually hated it. You know, I thought, I kind of lied to myself for a long time, saying that, oh, this is great because I'm making money from my passion, blah, blah, blah. But that was actually a lie. I hated it. I was just lying to myself. I didn't enjoy making money as a portrait artist, and portraits weren't my passion. Just because you're drawing something doesn't mean it's your passion. It's the subject matter that's your passion. It's drawing the things you want to draw. That's your passion. It's not painting or drawing necessarily. It's the subject that you're depicting. And I'm not passionate about people's ugly faces. That's probably shouldn't have said that either, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm not a portrait artist. I never really wanted to be one when I was a kid. So I kind of came to this realization. I was like, why am I doing this? Like, I would rather just work a regular 9-to-5 job than paint something that I hate doing. So this is why I say to people, and I've said, I've asked this to my students in the past, like, I'm trying to get an idea of what their goals are. Like, what do you want to do with your art? It's not enough to draw. Like, yeah, you've got to learn portraits because it's part of the fundamentals. You've got to learn anatomy. You've got to learn perspective. There are things you have to learn if you want to be a good artist. Just like any other trade, right? There are fundamentals that you need to adhere to, but it's not about that necessarily. The real important thing is, where do you want to go with it? Because if you tell me your goals, if you want to be an architect or if you want to draw architecture, then, you know, I then as a teacher, I could just curate that for you a little more. So I would say, okay, well, let's focus more on perspective and classical architecture and those kinds of things, because that's going to be more beneficial to you. If you do want to be a portrait artist, then okay, let's learn a bit of perspective, but let's also, you know, go into the anatomy of the face in greater detail. So it's all about having a bit of a goal, I think, and where you want to go. Because if you don't have an idea of what you want to be, then yeah, you're just not truly going to create the work that you want to create. And that can be pretty depressing. I think a lot of artists, they get a bit depressed when they can't draw the things that they truly want. So that's kind of what art is about. It's about self-expression, really. So, you know, you want to make sure you're equipped with the right tools in order to draw the things you want. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, well, you know, I'm new to drawing and I don't know what I want to draw just yet. Like maybe you're still finding yourself. That's normal. Like I get that. But what you should do, and I think I said this in one of my other videos, but you should look at the work of artists who you like, and preferably the old masters, because, you know, like anything 19th century and beyond, okay? There is some good artwork in the 20th century, obviously, but they probably haven't quite stood the test of time. Like, time will tell if they're still relevant in another 100 years or not. But, you know, I honestly think you should do some research and, you know, go into the past and have a look at the paintings that you like. And because once you find an artist whose work you like, you'll have a direction. And then it's kind of up to you to emulate them, in a sense. And it's still going to be a hard road. Like, drawing it, like, I'll tell you right now, drawing is going to be the hardest thing you ever learn in your life. I don't care if you're an engineer. I don't care if you're a doctor. Think about it. You are trying to depict a three-dimensional illusion on a two-dimensional surface. You've got to learn anatomy. You've got to learn perspective. You've got to learn architecture. You've got to learn how to draw a face. And then you've got to learn how to draw it from imagination. Like, you're going to spend the rest of your life learning. And that's a good thing, by the way. That's not a bad thing. So don't get upset by that. It's good to have a challenge to strive towards. But you know, it's going to be hard. That's so many subjects to learn. I mean, human anatomy alone is going to take years. And I'm not saying you have to learn it on the same level as a doctor, but you know, you might not be far off. You are going to learn more about the human body than you thought you would before you started learning anatomy. I'll tell you that. When I first started learning human anatomy, I was like, oh my God, like the things that I've learned about it, I just want to know how to draw people, okay? I don't want to... I got into a bit of a rabbit hole with human anatomy. And eventually I kind of... that's a weird subject. Me personally, I'm not saying you should do this, because I don't want to give anybody bad advice. But personally for me, was so fed up with learning human anatomy, because the thing is, I would learn it and then I would have to kind of put it to the side a little bit because, you know, I had other things to learn. And then when I came back to relearn anatomy, I kind of just kept forgetting everything that I learned. You know, like, yeah, there's some information that sticks. Like, you remember things like the zygomatic bone or whatever, or the mastoid, or the what is it called? The glenoid fossa or something, which is like deep inside. It's like hidden inside of the scapula. Like, why the hell do I even need to know that? That is so ridiculous. Like, I'm not even drawing that. But the thing is that I would go heavily into anatomy studies and I could just never retain the information because there's just too much. And I was like, you know, I don't really have to. I just felt like I don't have to know how to do this exactly. All I got to do is draw the surface forms well enough that I can potentially draw them from my head, so that I can draw more believable figures and more creative figures. And that's kind of my approach now. Now, I'm not saying you should do that, because that might be bad advice. Because anatomy, it is a fairly important subject, but my approach was like, learning anatomy in the traditional sense wasn't working for me. And then I started drawing faces from my imagination, like character designs and things, and I kind of realized, okay, I only need the basics. I don't need to bog myself down with a bunch of unnecessary anatomical things that I'm just likely not going to use. So it's a very delicate balance for me, I think. I think, like, you know, in one sense, I'm like, yes, okay, I should learn some of it, but I need to learn it in a more effective way. And so when I'm drawing these faces, I'm not really thinking in terms of anatomy. Like, you know, when I drew this guy, I was just thinking in terms of the planes, like the basic planes of the face. Eye sockets, forehead, nose, and I was just drawing basic shapes. I wasn't thinking in terms of extreme anatomical detail, and the same goes for these guys. I'm just thinking in terms of very basic shapes and then refining them with my pencil strokes. So look, I don't know, maybe that works for you as well, maybe it doesn't. And I'm not saying you should take that approach. Maybe, you know, if you're genuinely bad at human anatomy, then maybe you should study it on a deeper level just to familiarize yourself with it. But I would also say maybe just try to avoid going down the rabbit hole, because honestly, I really doubt you're going to remember it all anyway. And you can draw very believable figures with very minimal information. Well, that's what I found in my own work. So hopefully that advice may be of some use to you. I don't know. If I'm teaching anatomy, then yeah, I've got to brush up on my anatomical skills a little bit. Should probably read a textbook or two. And usually I do that. Like, if I'm doing an anatomy lesson, I'm teaching people how to draw it, I'll just kind of, I'll just kind of dig up some old textbooks. But I don't teach it on an in-depth level because like I'll kind of familiarize them with the bones and things and the muscles, but you know, I always tell my students, just keep thinking in terms of planes and shape and lights and shadows. Like seriously, do not bog yourself down with unnecessary crap. Look, I know this one artist, right? So, and he's pretty good at human anatomy because he draws a lot of figures from life, and he draws a lot of portraits from life. And he's very familiarized with anatomy. He's very good at it. But I'll tell you something, he is hopeless at drawing a figure from his head. Because even though he knows the anatomy and he knows how to draw from life, it doesn't matter. He's still bad at drawing from imagination. Now, look, that's probably, his goal probably isn't to draw from imagination. Although I personally believe every artist at some point in their lives wants to draw from their head and to draw complicated scenes because they have an idea in their head that they want to get onto the canvas. That's my belief, but maybe not. But the thing is, his approach to anatomy, all this deep research and all this understanding, all of his understanding, it was all for nothing in my eyes, because it's like, well, you know, you're not remembering it when you draw from your head. Like his figures from his head were just not good. So, you know, if you're spending years learning anatomy, but you can't draw figures from your head, then maybe your approach is wrong. That's all I'm saying. Maybe, personally, I think perspective drawing will get you way more meaningful results. And I'm not saying you can't learn by drawing from life, because you can. Like, I've done life drawing. I was not the best at it, but I got some fairly good results. But yeah, look, my point is like, you know, if you're spending an insane amount of time trying to learn a particular subject, but you can't draw it from your head, then I don't know, I think you're going about it in a very wrong way. I think it was, I don't know which Renaissance artist it was. Was it Botticelli? Maybe it was Michelangelo, I can't remember. But they basically said, it was something like, if you don't know it, you can't draw it. But I'm not sure if that was the actual quote. But anyway, they basically said, if you can't draw from your imagination, then you can't draw. And that was basically the meaning of the quote. And I was like, that's kind of brutal. But then as I got a bit older, I started to realize, you know what, he's right. You can't draw everything perfectly from your head, obviously, but you should be able to at least envision some kind of scene and be able to hopefully one day bring it to life. And you can't just keep copying references to get you there. because it won't. The thing is, there's no such thing as a perfect reference. So you might have a particular scene in mind, but you won't be able to find the exact reference that you're looking for, because, you know, the scene, the image that you're picturing in your head is not real. So therefore, there's no real reference for it. So when you are studying from reference, you've got to kind of you know, you've got to study the reference, but you've also got to I lost my train of thought. Trying to focus on this part. I don't know, I'll just do that for now. But yeah, you're not meant to copy reference. You know, it's literally the name. It's a reference. It's not a copy. You refer to it as you need it. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that rant, but you know, if you're struggling to draw figures from imagination, then it's probably not something to do with anatomy. Unless, of course, you haven't done any anatomy at all, like zero, then okay, maybe it is. Maybe you should go and research that. But usually, everything can be depicted with perspective. You've just got to think of the human form as a 3D shape. And you've got to think of all the face, muscles and bones as 3D shapes. Don't think of them as anatomy. Think of them as shapes. And then just try to estimate where those shadows are going to fall on that shape. And then try to design those shadows so that the form is more visible, I would say. This drawing took me a lot longer than I thought. Well, I'm going to just shut up for a bit now, and I'm just going to concentrate. I've come to the conclusion that I just draw really slow on camera. But it's like I said before, maybe I'm just nervous because I want the drawing to turn out good. But even I know that's such a mistake, because the more you care about how the image is going to turn out, the worse it turns out, seemingly. Drawing should be more playful. That's how I should be approaching it. So I should know better than to take too much care with a sketch, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know, it's good to be careful sometimes and just plod along and see what happens. All right, well, let's leave that one there for now, because it's been an hour now. Well, it's been, this recording for this part of the video has been an hour, so I think the full video is going to be huge. All right, back again. Now, I did scratch away at it a little bit without recording, which I know is a little bit naughty, because the whole point of this series is that you sort of watch a drawing develop from start to finish. But I'm just recording everything on my phone at the moment, and my phone had to charge. It was running out of juice, so I had to wait for it to charge, and I just couldn't wait to get back into the drawing. So I've kind of refined some of the shadow shapes on this guy and this guy a little bit. So, you know, there aren't really any major changes as such. But yeah, you will probably notice that some shadow shapes are a bit more refined than before. But that's all it is. You know, I'm not really trying to darken the tones too much. I'm really just focusing on just refining the shapes that I've already got in the drawing. It's really all I want to do. All right, so I think this is where I'm going to start getting a lot tighter, because I really like what we've got on here. I think we've definitely got an image. We can get more of an idea of what's going on. So now all I've got to do, at least in this stage, is just clean up the shapes. And I don't want to refine everything. I'm still trying to simplify the image any way that I can. Because again, if I make it too complicated, if I make it too detailed, it all just gets very overwhelming and it all falls apart. And you can see that you don't need detail. You don't need detail to convey an idea. You just need good light shapes and good shadow shapes. And that just means keeping the tones fairly simple. So I don't want to make it too multi-tonal. Like, I think some of my lines in here are a little bit dark, so I might just take the eraser to that and just kind of lighten it up, just get a bit more of a gradient in those tones. So, you know, there's some strong contrasts here, and then it kind of just fades out a little bit down here. It just makes the tones look a bit more interesting if you give them a little bit of a gradient. I think I find that it clears up the image somewhat too. And again, you want to keep it, well, at least I want to keep it looking fairly abstract in this stage. So again, while I know what I'm drawing, you probably don't. You might be looking at a lot of these shapes and wondering what they are, because I'm drawing it in an abstract way. But I find that that's kind of what gets good results. But I'm not drawing these shapes randomly either. Like I'm searching a little bit, you know, like I am playing around a little bit. But I am drawing with the intention of trying to create or produce a realistic image. What do I want to do here? I think I'll just shade in a little bit of this. So I'm just kind of taking a look at my line work and I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? What have I got? What do I need to refine? And where was I at when I drew these lines earlier? Kind of thinking about those things, if that makes sense. But I think the image is kind of developing a little bit more quickly now. Now that I've got more of a definite idea of what I'm doing. I think it's a lot more refined in a sense. And it's not totally there yet. It's still going to take a while to really develop this image in a believable way. But if I just proceed carefully, and just take my time, I should hopefully come to a fairly acceptable result. I think this is just one of those drawings where I'm really gonna just take my time. I was wondering if maybe I could do a quick sketch, or at least quicker than what I'm doing at the moment. But it looks like that's not the case today. But I don't mind. I like taking my time. But yeah, you can see how I'm using the eraser as a tool as well to just kind of chip in there. And just try to change the shapes of certain things. So yeah, I think for me personally, it really helps to think of the eraser as a drawing tool and not as a correction tool. And I think just thinking of that helps you to draw in a different way. Because then you're not thinking about, in terms of corrections, you're actually thinking in terms of opportunities, I think, and changing things in order to make the drawing better somehow. So we got the hand here, very tricky form to draw. I'm not gonna commit to anything right now. Like I've got a bit more of an idea of what it should look like, but it's still not all there yet. So I'm gonna have to just hold off. And anything I draw should be drawn very carefully. Side of the hand is getting a little bit funny looking. Yeah, that needs to be drawn a lot more carefully, I think. Maybe I should change the angle of the fingers. I might just get rid of this because I don't think that's helping me there. It's that age-old rule, less is more. So I'll just leave that there and maybe I'll come back to that later. Let's just keep that simple because I don't know. Again, I've kind of got an idea of what he's doing with his hand, but it's just trying to think about the planes. And I'm just trying to think about if this, if it's even in proportion or, so, we'll leave that there. But I think I should really start getting into the hands a bit more. And if I'm going to do that, I am going to have to start pulling out a reference now at this point. I'll go as long as I can without one. Because again, without a reference, I can be a little more creative in my mark making. But we're getting to that point where I'm going to need a reference for these hands. So I should probably brush up on my hand anatomy a little more. But if we get something in there right now, even if they're just a bit of a scribble, then at least we've got something recorded. And at least that's something. Just going to start sketching in those local values. I've got to be careful where I'm resting my hand. Usually I just use my little finger and I'm just kind of using my knuckle to rest it on the page if I'm working like this. I think if you're working on a vertical surface, it's a bit easier to keep your hand off the page. I really love this stage of the drawing because now that I've got a bit more info, I can really start hatching in with a bit more confidence. I wish I got here about a few hours ago, but better late than never. But it's this stage where I find the drawing really comes to life now. I've still got to be careful. But it's like, you know, at this point, I've successfully, I guess, loosened up a bit. My strokes are a little more bold. And I can kind of get into like those more minute details as well, without going overboard. But you know, still taking my time. I'm not rushing anything right now. I'm just darkening some parts a little bit. Just looking to bring those tones to life a little more. And always looking to refine those shadows. Absolutely. I think that was a little too dark though. I don't know. I'm not sure about that spot right there. See, the thing is, with tone, you just got to be careful where you put your dark spots, because that's going to create contrast. Contrast can be good. But you know, it can also be detrimental. Generally, I just keep it soft. Soft and airy. I'm not trying to jump the shark. I want to keep exploring without committing to anything. Getting into those faces a little more, but still just scratching, you know, like not, I'm not really drawing the anatomy. I'm just toning to give the impression of anatomy. It's a very strange way of thinking. And it took me a long time to really get good at that way of thinking. Because I was a very literal thinker. And I think technical drawing made me a literal thinker, which I don't think is a bad thing. Like I said, technical drawing really improved my art because it taught me how to actually visualize 3D spaces. But despite that, I still have to loosen up if I'm drawing figures, because figures are dynamic. So you don't want to trap yourself into drawing too technically. But you do want to be equipped with some actual drawing skill, because you can't just wing the whole thing. Even though that it looks like that's what I'm doing, and in a sense I kind of am, but I'm also thinking about those planes, thinking about their expressions on their faces, thinking about what that would look like when it gets hit by the sunlight. And I'm thinking about how I can make it look better by changing the direction of my strokes. Might have been a bit too far. Let me just lighten that. I've got the Gladiator soundtrack stuck in my head now. Let's just... Okay, let me just stand back and have a look at this drawing from a distance. Okay. It's looking all right. This detail here is looking pretty cool, so need a little bit more of that going on in some areas of the drawing. So let's do that. Let's just strengthen some bits and pieces, obviously without going too overboard. I'm going to start drawing in that peeler. Oh. Might have been a bit dark. Gotta keep it nice and airy. Don't wanna commit. Uh-huh. Okay. Just going to spend time with this character, I think. I like to jump around all over the drawing a bit, but I also like to just kind of spend a bit of time in a certain area. um, don't know how I feel about that. I'm going to remove that and just maybe put the, I don't know, just move it down a little more. Just felt like that was a little bit too high on his face. Yeah, those face guards are pretty difficult to draw in perspective. You really got to take some time to think about what they're doing in a three-dimensional context. Okay, let's clean this guy up a little. Oh, yep. I want to draw his belt there. I'm getting super tight in my drawing again, which I was trying to avoid, but seems to be unavoidable for this one. I don't mind drawing tight. I don't mind getting into those nooks and crannies and indulging myself in those details. I don't mind that. It just makes the drawing take longer. That's all. Which isn't a bad thing. I do like spending a bit of time with the drawing because you can really learn a lot by pushing it to its limit. But you don't want to do that every day or every time you do a sketch. Like most sketches, you want to be pretty quick, regardless of how complex the scene is. You really just want it to be sketchy and just convey the idea rather than drawing a super pretty looking picture. All right, I'm going to leave that one there for a bit.
Okay, let's start sketching. Still working on this drawing now. I've switched to recording on my webcam, and I've got a microphone installed as well. The picture, I'm going to try and... the lighting looks a little bit funny, but I'll try and play around with it maybe in a future video. But I wanted to stop recording on my phone because it was just taking ages. Like I had to... Like my phone was constantly running out of storage, so I had to like upload the video, download the video on my laptop, then edit it. So I've set up this webcam just so it's a little bit more plug and play, which is exactly what I want. And now I can just focus on drawing, which is great. I don't have to constantly edit and download videos all the time. I can just record and upload. So just trying to make it very easy on myself at the moment. So we're still going at this one. This is going to be a much longer sketch, I think. And I'm still just kind of hatching away. I've been working on other sketches in the meantime, though. Which is good. I mean, it's good to stay productive like that. So it's coming along. It's, you know, we've still got a lot more work to do on this. But recording videos like this with the webcam in the future is just going to make my life a bit easier. So I'm hoping I can be a bit more productive about the videos. Because the last thing I want to do is just constantly be running out of storage space on my device that I'm recording on. I'd much rather just have it be a little easier, just so I can focus more on the drawing and less on the video part. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's smooth sailing from here on out. I've kind of edited the picture on the webcam so the clarity is a bit better. My hand looks a little bit funny, like the lighting looks very soft, but the drawing looks a lot better like this. Because you can see all the tones that I'm making on the drawing, so that's the important part. But I'll play around with the lighting settings to make it look a little more natural. But I had to edit it because the lighting on the default settings on the webcam, it, like, I don't know, the drawing just did not look right at all. It didn't look like the real thing. Whereas what you're seeing on the screen right now is definitely a bit more true to what I'm actually drawing on the page, funnily enough. Even though my hand, I'm looking at it right now, it just looks a bit odd. But I'll play around and see if I can get a good balance between the two. So we are still scratching away. We're still... I mean, the image is there. Like, all I've got to do now is just keep toning away. Like, I've just got to keep filling in the spaces. Just looking for those shadows, just looking for those dark spots. And I'm just kind of boosting the contrast in certain areas. Like I want to highlight certain things over others. But another reason I'm taking my time on this is because I don't want to go too dark with my tones. Kind of want to keep it very nice and light and soft. I don't really want any dark shadows in this drawing if I can help it, because I always go a bit overboard with the darkness of the shadows. You really just want to reserve that for the parts that you want to draw attention to. All the other tones in the drawing should actually be rather soft, at least in my opinion. So I just think you get a much better visual when you're a bit more selective with your tones. um, Now, to develop this image a bit further, I am going to have to just be a little bit more tunnel visioned in certain areas. So I really need to start putting some time into the individual parts of the drawing now. So I think I might start with this guy, who's kind of, it appears like he's looking in our direction. So I'm going to chip away at him, because my eye is really drawn to this character at the moment, so I wouldn't mind refining him a little more. But this is kind of the process of drawing for me whenever I'm working on larger compositions or just compositions that are a bit more detailed. It's a lot of searching. It's a lot of finding the forms. If I did put in the effort to do just a much more basic sketch of this, like just a bit of line work, bit of a scribble, and just focus purely on the composition of things, then this drawing that I'm doing right now probably would have gone a little bit faster. Because preparation is always key, I think. But sometimes I just get very impatient and I just want to dive straight in and draw something, and I just don't care how long it takes me. And I think that's a very valid way to work as well. It's not the most productive way, but it's still valid, and sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good to throw yourself in the deep end and just see what you can come up with. You know, everything is less planned, which is why it's kind of taking so long. But on the other hand, that's not always a bad thing. I mean, in one sense, I'm kind of testing my ability to adapt, which is always a good thing to train. You know, I'm testing my ability to kind of invent things and think on the spot a little bit more. So it's a good skill, really. I actually want to come into this guy as well and just deepen the shadows. Just kind of get some more of those details in there, just very softly. Same with this guy here. But yeah, I need to start thinking of the shadow shapes on some of those smaller details now. So that's the thing, like if you were to sort of re-watch this video but just sort of fast forward it, and I'll probably do like a sort of speeded up or a sped up version of this video anyway, you'd be able to see the process a lot quicker and how the image is actually developing. The shapes that I put in initially are more or less the same as when I started. They've only just gotten more and more refined. So, you know, when you're refining the shapes that you've got, you're not changing the underdrawing too much, although you definitely can if you need to. But really what you're doing is you're just making smaller and smaller adjustments as you need it. And that's quite literally the drawing process. So you're not really deviating too much. You're just searching and you're just changing things as you see them. Just slight little alterations. But you know, there may be instances where you've got to make some really large alterations, especially if you've made any severe mistakes in the drawing, proportion-wise. But if your proportions look good, then you don't really have much to worry about at that point. I think you can kind of really loosen up a little more and feel free to explore. It's just a matter of getting the tone on the page at that point. And toning is hard. You know, toning is... I think we tend to lose ourselves in the drawing quite a lot when we tone things, and that's normal. That's you know, it's happened to me many times where I've started shading in, like I had a pretty good line drawing, and then as soon as I started toning, it all just kind of fell apart because I didn't really have any plan for my shadows. And I think experience is probably the best teacher in that regard. But this is kind of why I like hatching. Just hatching the strokes in very gradually and just kind of seeing what I can come up with. I think that's probably the best way to work for myself. Takes a bit longer, but I feel like I have a bit more control over the tones. I have a bit more control as to what I'm putting on the page, which is kind of what you want. I think all too often as artists we lose control of our compositions, and that's not good. Because if we're not in control of what we're doing, then it's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. yeah, the process of drawing is a funny one. You have to have an idea of what you're drawing, but at the same time, you can't. You don't want to control it too much. You have to loosen up a little bit, and you have to be willing to explore and accept things that you might not have predicted. It's just a lot like life in general, I think. Like you have to have a plan of where you're going, but you also have to be ready to take whatever life throws at you. And I think that's true for drawing. Um, so you can't. You have to be in control of the drawing, but at the same time, not too much. It's a very tricky balance, and that's why for this sketch, I'm not like when I was drawing it initially. I wasn't really defining all the line work straight away. I put a few basic lines in there. Just the proportions of the figures and the heads and where they were facing, etc. And I put some line work in for the shields because that's pretty important too. Just so that there was an impression of something, like the lines that I'm drawing are very basic, but they still have to be effective enough so that we can see, or at least I can see what's going on. And but I can't define everything because then, if I drew all the line work in, like everything was defined and everything was planned out and mapped out, then that would be a bit of a problem because then I'm basically stuck with what I've got. Whereas what I'm doing is, I put a few basic lines in and then I'm toning the rest of it in. Like I'm just sort of hatching shapes in there and I'm changing things, and that just leaves enough freedom for me to, like I've got a basic framework. But I've also got enough freedom to just tone the rest of the information in. And that's how I pretty much draw now. Whereas, like the architect in me kind of wants to draw all the lines in and draw everything very literally. But the artist in me knows better than to do that. The artist in me understands that I have to loosen up a little bit and be willing to explore and play around. Because I think playing around is a very important part of art. I think it's I think it's extremely important. You just have to be willing to let go a little bit. Just like you have to do in life, You don't know what's coming your way, and you're not going to be able to control it. And if you try to control things too much, then everything falls apart. Because being a control freak is not good for you, and it's not good for the people around you. And it's not good for your artwork. You just have to sort of take everything as it comes. And just, let go a little bit and just be willing to see where the journey takes you. And that's how I approach this sketch, you know? Like I've got a general concept, but I don't know if it's going to look good, you know? I don't know what the finished result is going to be like. I will proceed carefully, you know? Like I'm not going to just go in blind and trust every mark that I make, you know? I'm exploring and I'm playing around, but I'm also analyzing what I'm doing, and you know, I'm also paying attention to what I'm doing on the page, and I'm analyzing everything with a very keen eye. So, you know, I'm not being a control freak, but I am paying attention to what I'm doing. And that's what drawing consciously is about, you know. Drawing unconsciously is essentially scribbling away without much of a plan of what you're doing. That's what unconscious drawing is. And I've been guilty of that for many years. I have just scribbled away sometimes, and I was hoping that whatever I would put on the page would turn to gold. And that's very silly. You can't get a good artwork without working for it. You have to work for it. If you're just being a lazy artist and you're not paying attention to the things you're drawing and you're not analyzing what you're doing, you won't get meaningful results. And as a result, your drawing won't improve. So again, I think that's another life lesson in there. You have to pay attention to what you're doing. You have to pay attention to what's happening around you. And like I said before, a lot of things are out of your control, but that doesn't mean that you should just not be paying attention to what's happening, you know? Like, you have to learn from your experiences. Because if you're not learning from your previous experiences, then you just keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And that's just not a good place to be, you know? And I think maybe a lot of us are guilty of that. And, you know, the same is true for art. Like, you're allowed to make mistakes in art, just like you're allowed to make mistakes in life. But you have to learn from them. And the only way you can learn from them is if you're paying attention to what you're doing. So that was a little bit of a ramble, but you know, I think that's a good life lesson in there. So just be attentive. That's all you got to do. You just got to pay attention. So, you know, I'm trying to pay attention to this drawing, which is really hard when I'm talking and recording at the same time. But, you know, I'm just looking at it and I'm just thinking, I'm just proceeding carefully. Like, I don't want to take too long to make a decision when I draw, but I don't want to rush it either, because I'm at that stage in the drawing now. Like, you know, the idea is definitely developing, but it's very easy to make a wrong move. And I just got to be careful. That's all. I just got to pay attention to the previous marks that I've already made. And I've just got to think, okay, which marks are working and which are not working. And, you know, it's like I said earlier in this drawing, that sometimes you make a mark ages ago, you know, like you made a mark hours ago, and sometimes you forget what it was. And it's always tempting to just erase it and just get rid of it, because, you know, you don't know what that line was. It looks something very abstract and you don't know what it was. So I'll just get rid of it, right? And maybe you can do that. Maybe that's the right thing to do. But I don't think it's always the right thing to do. I think what you need to do, you need to study that line, whatever it is that's confusing you. You need to study it and think about, try to remember what you were thinking of when you drew that. Because you don't just want to get rid of it. Because it could have been something very, very important. And, I like to believe that every mark you make on the page, you made for a reason. And if you're just blindly making marks on a page without any rhyme or reason, then that means you're not drawing consciously and you're drawing mindlessly. And that's not good for your drawing. As I explained earlier, that's a very bad habit that you need to break out of. Every line you put on the page, you need to think about. It doesn't have to be correct. It does not have to be correct. But you have to think about it. And as the drawing develops and you start getting more and more confused as to what you're doing and where you're going, you need to look at those previous marks that you made and you need to look at them carefully. You have to try to remember, okay, where was I when I made that? What was I thinking of? What was that line or what was that mark supposed to represent? And if you can remember what you were doing with that mark, you'll have a more successful outcome because then you'll have a plan. And then you'll be able to make a much more informed decision on whether or not you should keep that mark in your drawing. If it's not serving you anymore, then by all means, get rid of it. But if it was something important, then you have to keep it. Or you have to change it at least so it works for you. So don't go around blindly erasing things and just changing. You put those marks on the page for a reason and they are there to guide you. And sometimes, or a lot of the time, the marks that you make on the page are just auxiliary lines. Like they're just construction lines to help guide you to the real mark that you need to make. But they still serve a purpose. So, you got to decide very carefully what you're going to do with that. So this guy at the back of the helmet here, I kind of want to lose this part of the detail. I want his helmet to kind of blend in with the background. Because that's going to be a more interesting visual. And I just want to suggest the shape a little more. So I need to start, I think, looking for opportunities to do that. Yeah, I'm going to start looking for opportunities to start blending my figures in with the atmosphere a little bit more. Because they are part of the atmosphere. They are one with the environment that they are in. And if there's just sharp lines all over the page and, the figures are just completely jumping out at you, it doesn't look natural. It does not look natural at all. So I'm trying to... Again, it's a very weird balance. I'm trying to put more detail into the page, but I'm also trying to lose some of the detail as well, because it's a balance. It's an extremely tricky balance. And I don't know what the answer is for this particular drawing just yet. Like, I'm still searching for how I can best do that. But I'm going to start making an effort to do that. And as long as I'm thinking about it, then I'll start drawing it. But it's good that I'm aware of that. It's good that I'm aware that I need to start blending my figures into the environment. Because if I wasn't thinking about that at all, then I would never do it. It's all about drawing consciously. And if a lot of what I'm saying isn't making sense to you, I would say perhaps you should study some drawings from the masters. Maybe have a look at a few Russian academic drawings to get a better idea of what I'm talking about. You can learn a lot just by looking. You can learn a lot just by looking at the artworks from artists of the past and just seeing what marks they made on the page. And you can look at everything. You can look at oil paintings, you can look at pencil drawings, you can look at watercolors. And I find if you're going to learn how to draw, I find you'll learn a lot better by looking at the drawings of the artists that came before you, the drawings and the paintings as well. I honestly believe you'll have a much better chance, because looking at photographs and looking from life isn't always the best way to learn, because they're just too detailed. And I think, photographic references, I think they only serve to confuse more than help. Whereas if you look at the drawing of a very good artist from the past, and I would recommend any of the Russian academic artists of the 18th and 19th centuries. If you look at their work, you will see very quickly how they solved a lot of problems. Whether it's landscapes, whether it's the human figure, you will be able to see very, very quickly how they used a few simple marks to solve the problems that they had. So that's probably what I would be doing if I were you. That's what I do, actually. That's exactly what I do. I learn a lot more from drawings. I don't really do a whole lot of master copies, though. I like to just work on my own subjects, I think you should always be working towards your own masterpiece rather than somebody else's. But when I study the old masters, I'm not looking to copy. I'm not looking to do a master copy of their artwork. I'm just looking at their pencil strokes or their paintbrush marks. I'm just looking at how they created the illusion. I'm studying their brush strokes and their pencil strokes, which I think is far more useful anyway. I don't think copying is really gonna... You can definitely learn a few things from copying, but I don't think that's gonna really help you out the most. I think you need to actually analyze the brush strokes and the pencil marks that they're making, because by analyzing them, you will learn a lot more. You'll actually try to understand why they're doing what they're doing. And it's just another reason why I wanted to make this video series, so that, you could watch how I draw. I know these videos go on for a long time, but it's useful. I think if you're learning how to draw, it's useful to see how somebody else does it. Hang on a second, let me just... going to do that. It's useful to see how somebody else approaches a problem, because that's what drawing is. It's problem solving. And I think it's good, another series that I do, I know I'm rambling on a little bit, but I think it's good to talk about these things. I think it helps people, because art is hard, art is so difficult. And I think there's a lot of artists who don't quite reach the goals that they want to reach in life. They don't quite reach, or they don't quite create the artworks that they really truly want to create. So I think by talking about these things, it gives us all a little bit more of a direction, and kind of reminds us to not stray too far from our path. And I think by talking about how the old masters approached drawing, it inspires us to kind of do the same and learn from them. Uh, so, I just want to share some of my own thoughts about what I've learned about their processes and what I've seen in their artworks. But by all means, you should definitely do your own research on the artists of the past. You shouldn't just rely on me or anybody else to tell you what to do and where to go. Like, you should, be doing your own research all the time, and just keep looking for artists whose work you like. That's the best thing you can do. Once you have a clear idea of the kind of art you want to make, then you'll have a goal. And when you have a goal, you can start breaking down the different elements of that goal and start working towards it. If there's an artist who you like and he paints a lot of landscapes, for example, well, then you have a goal. You need to do more landscapes, and you need to learn how to paint landscapes. That's a goal right there, right? So, and how are you going to learn how to paint landscapes? Well, you just read books on the subject, or you watch videos online, or maybe you do an online course or something. Just anything that's going to help you get a little bit closer to your goal. You can definitely teach yourself how to paint and draw. Definitely, no question. But I think it's kind of a silly thing to do almost when there's so much information out there already. And yes, it might cost you a little bit of money, but you got to see it as an investment. Because I don't know about you, but me personally, I would much rather save time than money. If there's somebody out there whose work that I like, I'm just going to learn from them personally. Like, I'll just save up some money, put a little bit of dollars aside, and I'm just going to do my best to kind of learn what they know and just make the process of learning how to draw and paint easier for myself, because I don't want to spend the rest of my life figuring it out. I want to get to a point where I'm good enough to start drawing things that I truly want to draw. And so, if there's a guy out there who knows how to do what I want to do, then it just makes sense for me to learn from them. But I understand it's not always possible, like finances are an issue a lot of the time, and especially today with the whole cost of living crisis that a lot of us are feeling at the moment. I understand why people are a bit hesitant. I think another reason why people are hesitant to learn is because maybe we put our faith too much into one particular artist, and then we think they can help our art practice develop and get us to where we want to go, but then maybe it just doesn't work out that way. I've learned from good artists who have really helped me, and I've also learned from artists who perhaps didn't help me as much. But I decided to take tuition from them because I thought maybe they would help me reach my goals, and then unfortunately it just didn't happen. So I understand why people are a bit hesitant when it comes to investing in their art practice. But I think that's kind of where you've got to do your research, and you've got to make sure you're studying the artist that you're looking at, and if they're offering any workshops or whatever, then you've really got to just make sure and do your research that they are going to teach you the thing that you want to learn, whatever it may be. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I did a workshop course while I was traveling, and I went to Italy, and There was this workshop course about painting the live model, and I thought, well, that's going to help me because I always wanted to draw figures better, and I always wanted to draw figures from imagination and just kind of get good at drawing people so that I can draw figures like this from my head, right? That was kind of the whole point. And so I thought, well, that workshop sounds good, and it was great. I really enjoyed it. It was an awesome time. But it didn't actually get me any closer to my art goals. So that was a bit sad because they weren't really teaching me how to draw the figure from my head. They weren't teaching me proportions too much. They were just kind of teaching the BIIIGG method where you're just copying a silhouette and you're just filling it in with shadow shapes and details, which, it produces a very pretty picture, but it doesn't teach you anything about human anatomy and how to actually draw from imagination. So in my own personal experience, it didn't get me any closer to where I wanted to go. So I understand why people are a little bit hesitant, because I think sometimes that happens where you go to a workshop and you spend a fair bit of money on it, and I think a lot of students just end up burned because they just didn't quite learn what they needed to, or they feel like they didn't learn what they needed to. So anyway, I'm rambling on, so I'm just going to shut up and draw now. But feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments. What do you think? Do you agree with that, or do you not agree so much? But I don't blame the instructors one bit. It was just my fault for believing that. Like, I just kind of read too much into it, and I thought maybe they were offering more than they really were. So I take responsibility for that. And as I said, it was a great workshop. Like, I still had a lot of fun. I met a lot of good people, but just didn't quite help me on my own journey. That's all. So since then, I've been a little bit more careful about where I spend my money when it comes to art education, and I'm really sussing out the artist, and making sure they can teach me something that I want to know. But if you do if there's an artist whose work you like and you like what they do, just do a bit of research on them and see if they've got any books or any workshops or anything, because it's always good. It's always a good idea to learn from the people whose artwork you like, especially if they're alive. See, that's the thing. A lot of my favorite artists are dead. So I'll never get the opportunity to learn from them. It's just never going to happen. I'll give you an example. Kim Jong-gi. He passed away not long ago, probably a year or two ago, I think. And, it would have been amazing to learn how he draws figures from his head. He's so good at drawing from imagination. And can you just imagine what it would be like to take a class with him? And unfortunately, I'm never going to have that chance. And, I think about artists like Repin and Vasily Surikov. And, those guys died like a century ago. So, but just think about how brilliant it would have been to have been in their studio and actually learn how they see the world and do things and draw these incredible compositions. Like, man, if I had a teacher like that, I would have saved myself a lot of time, and I definitely would have got to my goals a lot sooner, at least in my opinion. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, if there's an artist whose work you like, maybe check them out because they're not going to be around forever. That's my opinion anyway. Um, you just don't get artists anymore that can draw like Repin. Like it's very rare. Um, I mean, like there's the Repin Academy in St. Petersburg, and they're producing some very skilled artists, which is awesome. But even then, I'm not quite sure if they ever quite reached the heights that Repin has. I mean, he's just man. That guy just left some massive shoes to fill. Absolutely massive. It's just ridiculous. There is one artist today that I can think of who I would love to learn from, and he's alive. And surprisingly, I don't think he actually has that many followers on Instagram, even though he definitely should. His name is I can't pronounce it. It's a Russian name, but it's like Andrei Lobodich, Andreas Lobodich or something. I can't pronounce his name. I'm just having a look at his name right now. Um, he's if you find him on Instagram, you will see these massive, large scale figurative compositions that he's working on, and they are stunning. Um, I don't know how old that guy is. I think he's probably my age, but or maybe roundabouts my age. Um, oh man, I would love to just get inside of that guy's brain and just understand how he does it. I don't know if he speaks English, but if he does, then I might have to save up a bit of money for some tuition from that guy because I tell you something, his work just looks insane. Um, yeah. All right. What else do I need? I need a lot more than what I've got. I need some. I remember when I last left off in the last drawing. I think I was after some more detail in these hands. I think, which I'm probably gonna need a reference for that one. Um, Hands are just the one thing that I did kind of have a method for drawing hands from imagination in my classical portrait course, and it was. I mean, it was great for just kind of establishing the perspective of hands. So that's kind of what I like to do first. I like to just kind of establish the perspective first before I start pulling out references. Otherwise, because references aren't really going to help me um, figure out the perspective, really. They'll help me fill in the details and the gaps of information for sure, but each of these figures in this drawing, like they've got their hands positioned in different ways, and I've kind of got to figure that out on my own. So I might just take my time and just kind of search around, kind of figure out where the knuckles would be, where each of the fingers would be. So I'll do that for a little while before I start busting out references. I just want to see if I can just do as much as I can without it. Because this is kind of like, I'm still kind of in the designing stage. Like, I'm just designing the shapes that I want. I'm still using tone as my weapon of choice to find a lot of these shapes that I want. And again, like the atmosphere and the lighting scenario is kind of unique to this image. So, you know, using references probably won't help me out in that regard. This is all about really just designing at the moment and just carefully chipping away with tone. I should definitely have done more preparatory sketches though for this piece. I think I really threw myself in the deep end with this one. But you can kind of see, you know, again, how the image is just slowly emerging the more I chip away at it. Again, I don't want to be overly cautious. I still got to make sure I'm playing around, but at the same time, I don't know. I kind of like what I've got, so I don't really want to disturb it too much, if that makes sense. Just gotta just proceed very carefully. But man, I'm looking at this piece, this sketch that I'm doing, and I'm thinking this has definitely got to be turned into a painting. Like I'm gonna have to do an oil painting of this at some point, because I just really like this image. I think just having like a row of soldiers somewhere in like a really foggy atmosphere or something, with like the morning sunrise hitting their faces, like that, just to me, uh, that would just be an awesome image, I think. So I'm definitely gonna have to do something with this. But before I can even think about working on a painting, I've still got to figure a lot of these problems out. It's still a very vague image, which is not exactly a problem. But I've still got to figure some things out before I commit to an oil painting for sure. And if I was going to do an oil painting of this piece, I would have to do several more sketches and maybe sketch each of the faces in detail. I'd have to do more studies of like the armor that they're wearing, and you know, like if you're going to decide to do an oil painting of a multi-figure composition, you have got to do your research and you got to be prepared. Can't just that's the one time I would never throw myself in the deep end like that. If I do an oil sketch, like a very small oil painting, get some colors on it, yeah, that's fine. I can keep that basic. But I would never do an oil painting just from the get-go. I would need a lot of sketches and a lot of references to just really help me bring that vision to life. because it's very silly to kind of go into that unprepared. You know, canvas is expensive. Oil paints and paintbrushes, very expensive. So very foolish to just think that you can just dive into a big painting without any kind of preparation whatsoever. I think that's a recipe for disaster. Again, this is where researching the old masters helped me, because I could look at how much preparation they put into each of their paintings. Like Repin made so many sketches before he put that paintbrush to canvas. He sketched every single part of the painting in great detail. And he did multiple sketches. He didn't just do one or two, he did dozens, hundreds even. The artists of the past, they took preparation very, very seriously. Um, I think it's amazing how, because I think in the grand scheme of things, given how, I guess, detailed this composition is, in a sense, and how many figures are on it, I guess it's not that much time. If you think about the complexity of the image, and it's just amazing how you can just chip away at it very carefully with tone. At first, it doesn't look like anything, and then after a while, all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, there's a picture here. There's actually visual information. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start busting out some of my own references now, because I feel like I'm just getting a little bit stuck. Like, I got a cool image. The tones are looking pretty nice. Everything's still vague, which is good. That's kind of what I want, to be honest. So, again, I'm not trying to commit too early. But I am thinking maybe I'll just have a look at some of my own sketches. So I've got this one, which might be nice. So put that one in front of me. Just going to go through these. Don't really like that one. Don't really want that one either. I don't want that one. That one's cool. Don't want it. This one's nice. Here we go. This is really like the lights and the shadows in this one. So this would be probably a very good one to use, actually. I need to design my shadow shapes a bit differently because it's, the light source is coming from a different direction in the drawing I'm working on, but I can have that in front of me. So I'll prop him up because I think he's quite good. We've also got these fellas. All right. I'm going to just tuck these guys right in front of me here. Those guys probably, like, they're pretty sketchy. Like, they're not as detailed, so probably won't use them. But I'll definitely use this guy here because I think he's quite good. So I'll just move him somewhere there, somewhere thereabouts, and I will continue chipping away. Just carefully searching for my image. um, and again, while I'm looking to introduce a bit more detail to sort of flesh the drawing out a bit, I've also got to look for opportunities to simplify the drawing as well. So it's not going to be easy, this part. got? Let's put that shadow shape in there. Hatch that in. Okay. So let's continue. Just had a little break and I got something to eat, so I'm gonna come back now and chip away at it a little bit more. So the forms of the hand are kind of beginning to appear to me a little more, which is good. Got some interesting shadow shapes in here, and I'm just trying to simplify those shadow shapes by blending them into this background area as well. So still trying to do that. Always looking for opportunities to simplify. Because simple is effective. And if there's any parts of these hands which are confusing me, I'll just put some hatching strokes like that in there and I'll return to it later. But that's the thing, you know, you have to be willing to make mistakes in order to find the solutions. So the sooner you draw something, the better. And then you can just fix it later, you know? That's really the only tactic that I have right now. But I'm not completely ignorant of human anatomy. Like, I'm still relying on some of the knowledge that I've learned throughout the years. So, and you know, if I get really stuck, then I can always just look at Gottfried Bames for a reference, just to see if I'm on the right track, you know? But you know, if there's anything that I'm not so sure about, then I can just do what I'm doing right now and just gently hatch the shapes in. Not blindly hatching, like I'm just estimating where the anatomy might be. I mean, right now I'm still very much focusing on those shadows. Still focusing on developing those really, because that's the most important part. So even though I'm trying to sneak in a little bit of anatomy in there, I don't want to get too carried away with it. My best chance of developing a cohesive image is to focus on those lights and shadows. But yeah, if I ever feel like I'm getting a bit stuck on any particular part, then I'll just walk away and come back later. That's usually the best solution. Just having very small breaks and not getting too lost in the drawing that way. That's, I think, the best thing to do. As I said before, you know, the moment I pull out references, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of game over, because for me personally, I just feel like it stops me from exploring. And then I just become a bit of a slave to the reference in that sense. Whereas a lot of what I'm doing right now, with the perspective and the shadows, I can kind of do from my head. So I may as well just do it that way, you know? And it might not be 100% true to real life, but it will give me, I think, a more interesting result. So, yeah, I want to keep the exploration alive, if anything. I don't want to be too eager to jump into those references, even though they can help me, but I'm still exploring, you know. I'm really taking my time now on this image. I thought it was going to be a quick one, but I'm refining it a lot more than I thought I would, and I honestly don't mind that. Sometimes that's just the way it is, you know. Like, sometimes you go into a drawing thinking you're going to just do a quick sketch, and then 10 minutes turns into half an hour turns into an hour, 1 hour turns into 10 hours. But that's sometimes the nature of what we do. And I don't mind that, at least not for this drawing, because I'm actually really enjoying this. And you know, I think if you're enjoying yourself and the drawing is turning out quite well, then why put yourself on a time limit? Why not just keep exploring it and pushing it as far as it can go? Right now, I'm actually learning a lot about simplification, simplifying my strokes, looking for more effective ways to produce the image. So I don't really mind exploring, if I'm being honest. And I'm actually having a lot of fun with this drawing, so you know, even if it takes me 20 hours, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm having a lot of fun with it, so I will just keep going with it. But again, if I did make the effort to maybe do some preliminary sketches before jumping into this detailed piece, it might have gotten done a bit faster. Because, preparation, if you want to do something quickly, then preparation is always key. But yeah, I'm not forcing anything in the drawing right now. I'm really just giving it the time it needs to develop at this point. And, this year I've been making an effort to try and draw a little bit faster and just find more simple ways of communicating an image. But at the same time, it's not a race. It's not a race. So I'm not going to concern myself too much with speed and how long it takes for me to draw. At least not today. I'm having quite a lot of fun with this one, so like I said, I'm gonna really indulge myself, I think, and take as long as I need to draw this. Because even though quick sketching is a good idea and it helps you learn faster, quick sketching doesn't help you learn everything. And some lessons need to be learned very slowly. And these longer drawings can teach you a lot. They can probably teach you the most. Would be good if I finish this one before I die, though. That's always the thing, isn't it? You've got a lot of work to do, so you don't want to spend all your life on one drawing. Got to keep it moving, but I think this one's moving just fine. Let me put it to you this way. I'm not feeling fatigued from it, which is a good sign. Normally, if I feel like I'm exhausted from looking at the same image for hours and hours, then that's usually when I start thinking about ways of drawing faster. But this drawing is developing at a pace that I quite like. And it's allowing me to develop it very slowly and very carefully. And this whole time, I've not been tunnel visioning myself into a particular area, even though I said I was going to here. But then I kind of decided against that. I've just been I've just been exploring this whole time, and I've been jumping around the composition, which is really how you're meant to draw anyway. You're not meant to stay in one particular area. You want to develop the image as a whole, because I think the drawing goes a little bit faster when you do that. And I also think the image turns out a little bit better, because sometimes if you focus on one area too much, all of your attention goes to that part of the drawing, and the other areas tend to be not as well developed because of that. Because you were thinking so much about one area where you put all of your attention and effort into, that you forgot to develop the rest of the drawing. And then as a result, you start getting frustrated and you start rushing the drawing a bit more, and kind of just end up with a result that probably is not very good. I also think by taking your time on a specific piece, in a strange way, the drawing tends to be finished a bit quicker, because you're being a bit more careful about your decisions, which is kind of where I'm at the moment now. I'm really just really refining what I've already got. I don't really want to stray too far off the path. Just kind of just rolling with it, and just kind of hoping I get a fairly reasonable result. Okay. You'll notice that I've been staying in the shadows for a very long time. Like, I'm not really touching the lights. I'm always coming back to those shadow shapes. And I'm refining them, and I'm changing them, and I'm moving them around. And, I do that because it's the shadow shapes that are really going to define the image the most. So I'm really focusing on that more than anything. Well, I think I'll have to leave it there for today because we've got to start working a bit. But we'll carry on with this one in a moment. So it's getting there. It's getting there, slowly but surely. Been a lot of searching in this session. A lot of looking for things, which is good. That's a good way to draw too. Sometimes it's the only way to draw. But yeah, I think we'll have to call it a day for this bit. And I'll continue recording tomorrow. Alright. Continuing on. I've finished a few jobs I needed to get out of the way, so I got a couple of hours to kill now to continue on this drawing here. I've also edited the webcam picture so that the contrast isn't all messed up, because I did notice that in the recording beforehand. It just wasn't quite looking right. But everything should be more or less okay now. We'll see. So yeah, this sketch is kind of like at that stage now where I feel like everything's just slowing down. It always gets to this point where it kind of just takes a while to develop it. Doesn't happen for every drawing, but I think this sketch is just, it's a lot more refined than I thought it was going to be. So I guess I'll just keep very carefully chipping away at it, I suppose. I guess there's no problem with that. So I'm just trying to think about what it needs. Definitely needs a lot more done to it to really, I guess, sell the effect. But you always get to this stage where you get a little bit stuck and you're just kind of thinking, okay, how do I refine this a little more? Like, how do I like, what can I add or what can I change to the image to make it better? What's it missing? And I mean, it's missing a lot. You know, it's not a finished drawing, so it's missing a lot. But these are questions that I have to consider very carefully when I'm drawing, because again, I don't want to draw mindlessly. I'm just really kind of taking my time, I guess, and just assessing what I've got. Okay, so let's. Oh, this guy needs his shoulder pads sketched in a bit more, which we can happily do. Definitely do that. I'm not going to put myself on a time limit this time around. I think it's actually good for the video to show you how long sometimes a sketch like this can take. As I said, it doesn't always take this long, but sometimes it does. And I don't mind it. I don't mind taking my time. Like I said, I'm not bored with it yet. It's probably very boring to watch. But I think you can probably learn a lot by watching it, which is why I'm going to upload this video anyway. And maybe you don't even have to watch the whole thing. You can just use it as a reference. Just come back to the video every now and then and just use it as you need to. But I thought it would be an interesting video to kind of just record the whole thing in real time, and that way you get a very, very good idea of the process of the sketch. There's just sometimes where you're drawing and you really just want to give the drawing as much time as it deserves. Because not all drawings deserve your time. And that was another lesson I learned the hard way. I learned that a long time ago where I was working on this one drawing. I think I was drawing like these Navy SEAL soldiers or something. And I don't know, it was a very hyper-realistic drawing. I just found a photo reference and they were wearing like night vision goggles or something. And I just thought, oh man, that'd be a cool subject to draw. It wasn't. It was actually really boring. Because again, I was literally just copying from a photo, and it took ages. It was taking me a very long time to draw that, and the longer the drawing continued, the more I was like, oh god, I just couldn't bring myself to finish it. So now I'm pretty, I guess, selective about what I spend my time on when it comes to making a drawing, which is why quick sketching is normally good, because you get a good feel for whether the image is something you really want to pursue. But and then there's times like this where the sketch just is going nicely and you think, you know what, I'm enjoying it. I don't know if the end result is going to be any good, but I'm quite happy exploring it for now. And it's just adjustments. It's just very slight adjustments, chipping away. I'm not doing anything too hectic, I don't think. Just some careful hatching strokes, just getting a feel for the image. That's all I'm doing. I'm just getting a feel. And sometimes you got to. Sometimes you really have to put in the time and explore as much as you can. Even if the drawing doesn't turn out that well, as I said before, you can learn a lot by just exploring and playing around and just pushing things to their limits. Quick sketching is all very well and good, and I do love it, and I do a lot of it, but it's not always, it's not the only way to learn. I think you learn a lot from these much larger pieces, or these much more detailed drawings where you're really just taking your time. But you don't always learn from them, and then if you ever get to the point in a drawing where it's taking up all your time and it's not giving you the results you want and you're not enjoying it, that's when you should abandon it. But if you are enjoying it and you like what you see and you're having fun learning and exploring, then I think you should stick with it. I think that's, yeah. I just keep it very simple. It doesn't have to be perfect, but if you're enjoying it, maybe keep pushing the drawing as far as you can. I think that's a good philosophy, because the more the more risks you take and the more you push things, the more you learn. And you got to learn as much as you can when you're drawing. But I mean, yeah, do I think this drawing is taking me a bit longer than it should? I think it is a little bit, given how not detailed it is. But I'm also really practicing just developing the image as much as I can, just with minimal tones and just with light and shadow shapes. And it's a bit of a new way of thinking for me, you know, coming from a more, I guess, technical drawing background. It's a little different for me to think that way. And I've just got to give myself some time to learn it effectively. And as I said before, I'm quite liking this image. I'm really quite enjoying how it's turning out. So I'm not really in a rush to get it done. And if there's any of you that are still watching this video right now, well done to you. um, People's attention spans are fried in this day and age, so I don't think this video is going to get many views. And I don't really expect it to. I'm just having fun recording it, and I'll just upload it for people who need it. Because you know, I was getting quite a few comments on various videos asking if I would draw in real time, which again was the inspiration for this series. But I don't know if the series is really getting that much traction, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter to me. I've actually had a lot of fun recording this video series because I don't have to edit anything. It's all real time, so what you see is what you get. And, you know, there's no annoying edits or anything like that. It's just simple. It's just, you know, here's the video, enjoy. Which is good. That's kind of how I like to work, you know? Like, I don't mind doing YouTube. I think it's good. It's been a bit of a learning process for me. But I just didn't like how time consuming it was for me initially. And I was not even that good at editing videos. Like, I just don't really have many video editing skills, so... But it was still time consuming. So, this way of creating content where I can just hit record and then upload is just, I don't know, it's just much nicer for me. let's see, I think I got somebody's hand down here. Okay. All right. I'm kind of getting into the nitty gritty, so let me see if I can grab some references. Maybe I want to look at that sketch that I did earlier. Where is it? This one here. That'd be a good one. I'll just keep that to the side so it doesn't get in the way of the drawing. Okay, so got that bit there. I think I also want some. I might just go on Pinterest very quickly and see if I can grab some references from there too. I got a whole album of like Roman uniforms and things of that nature. Here we go. So again, I'll just keep this sort of just in front of me somewhere. There's loads of different types of Roman outfits. Okay, I might try and so I might just have a look at each and every one of them and see if maybe I can just sort of diversify it a little. I don't want my soldiers to just be like a carbon copy of each other, which is kind of where references just come in handy, because when you draw from imagination, you tend to fall into patterns, and you definitely don't want that. You want to sort of keep the drawing fresh a little bit. And, you know, again, the references are only for inspiration. It's like I'm not trying to directly copy it. I still want to put my own twist on things a little bit, you know. Um, but it does help to just kind of have a bit more of an idea of where I'm going and what I'm doing. So this is kind of like my work process. This is like you're kind of getting a much better insight into it. So like the vast majority of the image, I'll just draw from my head. But I do want to say very quickly that you can only effectively draw from your head as long as you understand the things that you're drawing. You know, if you've never drawn a Roman soldier before, for example, you are not going to do a very good job at drawing him from imagination. So you do have to, I would recommend getting on Pinterest, but you can use any platform. And you just want to do some research, gather some materials for your concept, okay? And really just go from there. And just study the uniforms. And you don't have to draw them perfectly, obviously, but you do want to study them enough to the point where you just get very comfortable with what you're doing. Because that's key, you know? And that's the thing, I'm not copying the images exactly because my figures and the way I've positioned them, like they're in a very certain kind of perspective. So, you know, there's no point copying from a photo because it's just not going to be the right reference that I need, is it? So it's more just, as I said a lot earlier, it's just about just filling in those gaps of information, just, you know, looking for help where I need it. Just kind of looking at things and going, oh yeah, that's what that's supposed to look like, or oh yeah, you know, I forgot to draw that bit, so I better draw that. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm not copying. I'm just looking at what my drawing is missing, and then I'm having a look at the reference and going from there. So I'm just kind of drawing some of like the drapery folds in his shirt for this character, like on his sleeve, which would kind of be rolled up because his arm is sort of lifted up in a sense. So I might just gently shade that clothing in there. But yeah, my biggest fear right now is going too detailed. I don't want detail. Detail will ruin the drawing. It will ruin the image. So, like, I want to add more information without convoluting the drawing, so to speak. That's kind of what I'm after. Getting my eraser in there as well, like just kind of highlighting certain parts that I think should be highlighted. Okay, so... But I'm just having a look at different types of Roman armor, because, as I said, I don't want all my soldiers to just be carbon copies. I want some of their equipment to look a little bit different for each character. I don't know if that's a historically accurate thing to do, but I do know that in the context of a drawing, it's a much more interesting thing to do, which is why I'm doing it. So... And if there is a point where I get fatigued, then I've got one of two options. First option is to just abandon the drawing, because that's it. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I can't draw anymore. I don't like that option. I don't want to. I want to finish this drawing. I want to conquer it. You know, like I feel like I'm in too deep now. So quitting is not an option, but that's my first option. I don't like that idea. My second option is to just take a break and walk away and record it, you know, continue this recording on a different day, which is kind of what I have been doing. And I like that idea a lot more. I wish I could show you the references that I'm using, but again, I'm just a bit aware of the whole copyright thing that YouTube has, so I'll just leave it off screen. Unfortunately, but you know, I just gotta watch my back. Okay. But yeah, it's very exhausting drawing a composition like this. I feel like my brain is kind of working at 110% right now. Just trying to figure things out and just working out the problems in my own drawing and just trying to make everything fit together. But yeah, what was I saying before? Yeah, this is kind of like my process, right? So it's like I'll just make an image from as much as I can with my head, and then I'll bust out the references. But again, I can't rely on references because, you know, especially photo references, because references, like as I said before, they can really serve to confuse. So when I'm looking at a reference, I'm not looking at the shadows, I'm not looking at the lighting. In this particular instance, I'm just looking at the details of the armor, and I'm kind of just going from there. I'm not interested in what the reflections are doing, for example. I'm not interested in that, because those are something that I have to invent on my own, since the lighting effects and so forth are very unique to what I'm doing, so can't be doing that. That was the mistake I made in like one of my earlier drawings. Was I would draw like these Roman soldiers, and then I would have a look for a reference for like all the reflective materials. Bad idea. Bad idea. Because what happened was, um, like, because in this drawing, for example, my light source was positioned in a different direction, and then I was kind of like copying the reflections from the photo reference. So then what I ended up with was a drawing that was very confusing because the reflections that I drew on my soldiers, which I copied from the reference, didn't make sense in the context of the light source that I had in my drawing. Like, does that make sense? Like, it was just not working at all. And so I realized, okay, if I'm going to draw reflective surfaces, I'm just going to have to get good at drawing those from my head, which is hard. And when it comes to reflective surfaces, they are so confusing. And I haven't quite mastered them, if I'm being honest. I don't think I have mastered them. But I just keep them simple, you know? I think about the light source, which, you know, helps me get an idea of maybe where the highlights are going to be. And then I've got to sort of think about where it's turning into shadow and where the dark reflections are going to go. There's also the Fresnel effect, I believe it's called, where the reflection is kind of darker in the center of the surface, and then as the form rolls away, the edges appear lighter. I think that's kind of the basic idea of the Fresnel effect. That's not probably 100% accurate, but that's what I mean. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I had to really just simplify reflective surfaces. Because once I started thinking about the technicalities of them too much, I was in very, very big trouble. I just confused myself. And another rule that I have when it comes to drawing reflections, like what I'm doing right now, is I just kind of keep them a bit soft. And in some areas, I'll just really boost the contrast. Like this part here, like where I've kind of got that shadowy part, which could be reflecting the soldier next to him. Who knows what that is? Doesn't really matter what it is. But that really shadowy part, I'll just kind of hatch over that a few times just to kind of really enhance the contrast a little bit. You kind of think about shading a matte surface and then just boosting the contrast between the tones. And then it kind of makes it look a bit more reflective. That's kind of my idea. Well, that's how I simplify it anyway. So, yeah, reflections were hard. They were very tough to really get the hang of, and I still haven't fully got the hang of it. I don't really know if I ever can, if I'm being honest, just because of how complex they are. But I've got a few little tricks, you know, which I think kind of works for me, I think, anyway. At the end of the day, regardless of what it is you're drawing, you just gotta make it look good. And it's obviously, that's obviously easier said than done, but that's kind of what you got to think about. You just got to think about, okay, what's going to make this drawing look cool? What's going to make it look more appealing? So you don't always go with the realistic option. Sometimes you got to think in terms of what looks good and what doesn't. But yeah, this whole time I've been proceeding with very careful hatching strokes. And again, the reason I do that is because I just have so much more control over the drawing when I do that. Again, once you lose control of the drawing, it's pretty much game over. You can't control everything, as we've talked about earlier. Sometimes you got to take everything as it comes. You got to explore and all the rest of it. But you have got to have a bit of a plan. And you got to be able to adapt. And adapting is not about drawing mindlessly. Okay? Adapting is reacting to something that may have been unexpected, and you're just planning ahead, or you change your plan slightly to adjust for that unexpected thing, or whatever it was that happened. Planning is not drawing mind. You can't just draw mindlessly. You have to plan for everything, and when something doesn't go to plan, then you have to adjust your plan, factor it in, and then continue. And make sure you're always analyzing, always analyzing what you're doing. Because if you're not, you're in trouble. Or you will be. So you can see I'm just really slightly adjusting these shadow shapes here. Very slightly. Just to kind of clean up the silhouette. To give the viewer a little more information about what's happening on that page. The reference that I'm looking at right now is it looks like the photo was taken on a very cloudy day, so the reflections are very soft. I might have a look at what other references I can dig up, just to okay, this one looks interesting. That one looks cool. But when you start incorporating references into your drawing, you just got to make sure that you're not blindly copying. See how I'm using this little bit of tone right here just to kind of... This hand here just kind of fades behind this one. That's a very useful trick. Doesn't really happen in real life. Obviously in real life there'd be a lot more detail there, but again, we're not trying to mimic reality. Good realism doesn't do that, at least in painting. Good realism in painting actually simplifies even very, very complicated subject matter. It will always find a way to simplify the image. And just putting that little soft gradient is a very effective little tool, because it communicates to the viewer that this figure is standing behind this figure. Okay? You could do that everywhere. You could do it here if you wanted to. You could put a gradient just on the edge of this shield, just partially, and then make it fade into this figure here. It's very subtle. It's not meant to be obvious. If you make it too obvious, then I think that's when it starts looking very artificial. But you know, you can see how that kind of works, and that's a very powerful tool at your disposal, which you'll probably use a fair bit of. It's not something you want to abuse too much, but it's definitely a tool that can be used. Let's have a look for another reference of a Legionnaire. What do we got? Okay. Yeah, we'll give him a go. So when I'm putting in these details, I am proceeding very carefully, because I don't want to make them too detailed. I just want to give the impression of the detail. I don't want it to distract from the overall image. Otherwise, everything becomes too detailed, and it's not a good look for the drawing. Let's put it that way. It just becomes too crowded. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to charge my phone anyway. And I'll continue this in a bit. All right, let's continue. So once I've got all these tonal relationships established, then, well, I can probably just leave the drawing at that. Or I could continue and refine it even more. That's also an option. But the important part about developing a composition is that you've got all your tonal relationships established and the proportions look good and you're happy with the perspective and the background, of course. I'm trying to like draw some trees in the background. Like I'm kind of getting this impression that they're sort of in like a forested area, which I think would be cool. I haven't really like I'm just kind of scribbling away at the background here, so it's not finished, obviously. Still a lot of work to do on that, but I would keep that vague anyway. Like I wouldn't want to put a heap of work into this part. I would just keep it very impressionistic, I suppose. But it's always great practice working on these tonal compositions, because you just find more and more ways of simplifying the form. Just find different ways of seeing things too. And I think you really truly discover your style of drawing as well, I think. Because how you see the world and how you visualize things is kind of, I think, what defines your style. And you can see that as I'm progressing through the drawing, I'm really just gradually, step by step, just increasing the contrast on these tones. I am not throwing myself in the deep end, just going straight to dark. I'm really just kind of testing everything out with some light strokes, getting a feel for the forms. And as I stroke away, the form just becomes more and more apparent to me. And then obviously I make mistakes like this where I just went too dark of the mouth there. So let's just edit that. Kind of want to keep that clean, if anything. And I'm just kind of softly scribbling in the pupils of the eyes there. And they're not too like defined. I don't know if you can even see it on the camera, actually. I don't know how the quality of the camera is, but those pupils, I've just kind of darkened them very slightly. Very, very slightly. And it's just an indication, you know? Like, I'm not trying to draw the actual structure of the eye. I'm not trying to draw the eyelids individually and things like that. I'm just using tone as my weapon of choice. But when I'm drawing the tones in, I'm keeping in mind the planes of the eye. And I think this is a mistake that a lot of artists make. They think they can get away with scratching away on a drawing very tonally, and then eventually the image will come to them. And that's actually not true. Linear drawing is an incredible skill for every artist to learn, because even though line does not exist in the real world, you still have to use it effectively in order to draw and understand the planes of whatever three-dimensional structure it is that you're drawing. And only then, once you've mastered line, can you then start drawing effectively using tone. So you have to draw in a complicated way before you start drawing in a simple way. And I think Repin himself said that. I can't remember his exact quote, but the quote was something like, you know, first the artist draws simply, and he does a bad job of it. And then he draws in a more complicated way, and then he's bad at that. And then he draws in a complicated way, and then he gets good at it. And then he draws simply in a very good way. Like, I'm kind of paraphrasing there, but that's kind of the quote. And I love that quote because it's so true. It's like you sort of come full circle. You have to learn the complexities of the things that you're drawing before you can draw them simply. You can't just go straight to simplifying these things. You really have to spend some time learning about the subject that you are trying to draw. And it's so hard being an artist because there's just too many subjects to learn. Like, you've got to learn anatomy, you've got to learn composition, you've got to learn perspective, you've got to learn even a little bit of technical drawing. You've got to, you've got to learn animals. If you're going to draw large-scale compositions, then you've got a lot of learning to do, and probably not enough time to do it. Which is why I always say drawing is probably the hardest thing you'll ever learn in your life, because there's just too much to learn, and we don't have all the years in our lifetime to learn it all. But at the same time, you can't spend the rest of your life learning. I mean, you will spend the rest of your life learning, but you don't want to spend the rest of your life just drawing the fundamentals. Like, you have to move on. You have to come to a point where it's like, okay, I know enough now, so I should really get a move on and start creating my next masterpiece. Because even just the process of drawing your masterpiece is going to take you a long, long time. I think Bernini, I read somewhere that I think he spent like 10 years on one of his sculptures. can't actually remember which one, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think it was the sculpture of Neptune abducting Proserpina, I think her name was. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere he spent 10 years on that piece, which is not hard to believe when you consider how beautiful that is. And Repin also spent 10 years on one of his large paintings. Again, I can't remember the exact one. He's done so many large compositions, it could be any of them. And he didn't just draw them once, he actually painted them multiple times too. He was, I think he was a bit of a perfectionist in that regard, in that he would draw the same painting twice, but he would change things about it. Probably because he was searching for a better way to represent the idea that he had. But he too also spent 10 years on one artwork. And it's not hard to imagine that, because his artworks are absolute masterpieces. So this is why I say you can't stick with the fundamentals forever. At one point you are going to have to start drawing your large composition, because you're not on this earth forever. I know that, and that's always a morbid thing to think about, but you know, it's true. You're going to die one day. That's the reality. And I think this is a bit of a depressing thought, but I think there's a lot of artists who die without really drawing and painting the things that they truly wanted to paint. So, TikTok. Don't let perfectionism prevent you from starting on your next big project, because that's a mistake. You got to start at some point, and you just got to just realize that it's not going to be perfect. There's no such thing as perfection. Perfection is not real. So while you do have a lot of things to learn before you can start your big painting, you're also going to have to let go at a certain point. And it's hard, you know, it's hard knowing when is the right time. And I wish I could answer that for you. I don't have the answer to that question. When it comes to art, like, I know a lot of things. But I don't know the answer to that. I don't know when you should start embarking on your next big painting. Because it's a hard question. It's hard. Like, as I said, art is going to be the hardest thing you ever learn. And I don't know when you're going to be ready. I don't know when I was ready. Like, I still don't feel like I'm ready to be drawing these things, because I'm constantly getting things wrong and I'm constantly making mistakes. But at the same time, you know, last year I turned 30 years old, and I thought to myself, man, I'm 30 now, and I've still never done a large scale painting of the things that I wanted to paint. So I kind of thought, well, I better get to it. And if I make mistakes and it's not perfect, then it doesn't matter, because yeah, it's very annoying when you're drawing and the drawing or the painting or whatever doesn't turn out exactly as you want it. That's never a good day. But it's going to be even worse if I die and I never completed the project that I always wanted to complete. So yeah, I just kind of thought to myself, well, I'm just going to start drawing. I'm just going to get to work and fingers crossed. I spent a long time with the fundamentals of drawing. And I think it was good that I did that. I think it reflects in my work. But I also think, in another sense, it was also a bit of a hindrance. And I feel like I should have started this stuff long ago. So, yeah. But you live and you learn, right? Right, I'm going to have a look at some references again. See what I can get. It's just those uniforms I'm struggling with. Human faces, I can draw just fine without reference. I've drawn plenty of them, so I'm not too concerned about that. It's just these bloody complex uniforms. There's just so many bits and pieces to them. And I'm looking at the late period of the Roman legionnaires, which is usually what people visualize when they think of a Roman soldier. They're more or less kind of the same, to be honest with you. Like, the references I'm looking at, the uniforms are more or less the same, but there are slight differences. And it's those kind of idiosyncrasies which I'm really trying to capture. Okay. All right. Pop that in there. Okay. Let's have a look then. Kind of looks like there should be like just at the reference I'm looking at the moment, should be like sort of like ring, like a metallic ring that attaches to this center of the belt, which then attaches to another strap, and it looks like there's like a leather strap that wraps around that ring. So I might try and scribble something like that in there, but I will have to alter what I've got on the drawing, so I'll just kind of make a mark like that. Might have to just gently erase. So just making a few adjustments to the drawing, totally normal. That's another thing, you've got to be okay with making adjustments. Don't get attached to whatever it is you're drawing on the page. Got to be willing to improvise. And again, because I've been hatching so gently these strokes on the page, I can erase these marks rather easily. So that's another reason you want to just use light hatching strokes rather than, you know, getting carried away. And now that I know exactly what's happening in this form, I can commit a bit more and just sort of shade everything in now a little bit darker. But I'm still trying to simplify everything. Again, I'm not trying to make these forms too detailed. Less is more. It's that age-old rule, less is more. Okay. It's looking a little better. I'm still chipping away at these hands very gently. Still don't quite know what the forms are. And anything I'm unsure about, I'm actually just going to kind of blend into the atmosphere. And that will just give me an easy opportunity to change the shapes if I need to. Bit of a cheap fix, but it works. And again, I think it's more effective anyway when you blend certain shapes into the atmosphere. So works for me. But I'm really loving the shadows in this image. Like, I just love the impression of like how misty it looks, and yeah, I just like the way it's developing right now. I've spent a lot longer than I thought I would on this drawing, but and you know, part of the reason is because I'm a little bit unsure of myself, and maybe I'm not as confident because I didn't quite know what I wanted the image to look like. That's definitely true. Guilty as charged. But another reason is I'm really enjoying working on it, and that's what I found as well. Like, if I'm enjoying a drawing, I really do tend to take my time. So there's no rush on my part. There's no there's no urgency right now. And at this point, I have definitely lost count of how many hours I've put into this piece so far. It's a lot. But I'm liking it. I'm liking the impression. And I wouldn't mind even adding some soldiers like in the background, maybe like on a hill. But perhaps that's something I have to do in another sketch. You know, I could work with this idea and refine it even more than I have done now. So that's also a possibility. But this is why sketching is important, because I mean, you can just imagine how much longer this would take me if I tried turning it into an oil painting. That would be a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea to turn it into a painting. In fact, I think I will. I think I will commit to this composition because I really like it. But I am saying it's a bad idea to jump into a painting without any preparation. That's what I'm saying. But I think the idea is good. Just going to have another look through my references. Yeah, it seems like these uniforms are more or less the same. Some of the equipment's a bit different, but otherwise it's more or less what I've already got on the page. So yeah, I don't really know what to change. I just want to find a way to vary it somehow, that's all. But I don't know. Maybe I should just leave the figures as is. Of course, I could go a little bit on the fantastical side and maybe make up some different bits and pieces of armor. I'm not a fan of that idea. I do kind of want to have it be a little bit historically accurate and true to life. As much as I love fantasy drawings, not kind of what I'm going for here. It's not quite the objective. But that being said, I'm also not aiming for 100% historical accuracy. I mean, I think there's going to be a few historians in the comment section and telling me that I got bits of the armor wrong and things like that, and that's fine. You know, that's okay. I'm just going to indulge myself a little bit and just carry on with the details on this character. I really like how he's developing right now, so I think I'll just scratch away at him. I also might work a little bit on this sketch off screen as well, just because I think the video is going to be far too long. I didn't know what to expect, how long this drawing would take time-wise, but it is definitely taking me a lot longer than I thought, so might have to simplify the drawing a bit, but it's coming along, it's coming together. I think the impression is there. I just think it's all basically just detail at this point. It's just changing things, refining things, sharpening things up, softening things, blending things in. This is just a part of the sketch where it's just a real dance of a back and forth, Really like this character in the foreground. I think he just looks pretty cool. Just going to soften the eye on this side. Just don't think it was quite working. Whatever it was I was doing there, just didn't quite work in my favor. But the nose looks good, I think. So I'll just carefully chip away at that. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's very tiny strokes that I'm making. Very tiny adjustments to the shape. And it makes just such a massive difference, I find. Just very minuscule alterations can really change the depiction of an object. And the effect is even more pronounced when you start sketching in the halftones. Yeah, this is the part now where it starts getting very nitty-gritty. Probably getting a bit carried away on that guy. I should give him a break. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about what I just made there. Probably need to lighten a lot of that up. Just a bit too dark for my liking. I think that's a wrap for today. I don't know if I really made that much progress on it. But I've got a few other things to attend to anyway, so I might just chip into this off screen as well. Just kind of doing what I'm doing, just deepening the tones, slowly increasing the contrast in certain areas. I think that's all I'm going to do. Otherwise, it's a cool sketch. I think it's pretty effective. So I'll keep playing around with it. I'm going to try and push it as far as I can, really. Okay. Let's get back to this one. So I think right now got the composition of the figures mapped in, so let's go ahead then and maybe just start sketching some of the background. So I'm kind of thinking maybe my figures are in a more wooded environment. I think that would be a pretty cool location to sort of put them in. And I'm just having a look on Google Images right now just for some trees. I'm thinking of like maybe like a German forest somewhere. And there's like some pine trees and things like that. But again, I am just going to hatch the details in. Definitely not going to overthink the forms, especially for the background. Really just going to just gently, softly hatch in the forms, just leave it a little bit more free form, I think. That'd be the best thing to do. And you know, if I turn this into a much larger painting, then perhaps I can think about what kind of species the trees are, depending on the geographic region that the painting takes place in. You don't really have to go that far all the time, but I think it's kind of fun to pay attention to those sort of details because they tell more of a story about the composition that you're creating. But yeah, I really just want a very soft appearance for these trees. I don't want to go into the details, at least not for this sketch anyway. I think, again, if I was going to turn it into a bigger painting, I would probably have to think about how the light is hitting those trees and just things like that, you know. But in terms of a sketch, I don't think it's all that necessary to really go too crazy. With that kind of detail just yet. See, when you're doing sketches like this, the most important thing, at least in my opinion, so, you know, this is just an opinion, but I think the most important thing is to sort of convey the atmosphere that you're trying to convey, and to just think, or just focus more on the composition of the figures and the lighting and the shadows, and because light and shadow really does help the composition come to life quite a lot. And I think you should be paying attention to that a lot more rather than getting lost in the details of certain things like every leaf of the tree and stuff like that. So you can see when I'm sketching in these trees, I'm really just using very basic hatching strokes, honestly. Again, I'm not trying to do anything crazy here. There's no point. There's no point in trying to go too heavy on the details, at least not now. And you don't want to go too heavy on detail anyway. Detail, if you think about detail, detail is a distraction. It only serves to distract. You should only reserve hyper-realistic details for whatever part of the painting that you want the viewer to draw their attention to. So for example, like if I wanted the viewer to, if I wanted to draw the viewer's attention to this figure in the foreground, then I would make him the most detailed thing in the painting, which is kind of what I've done. He has a lot more detail than the rest of the figures, and then they kind of fade out. And then everything else in the picture would then support him. I would not draw something in the background to distract from him, if that makes sense. So, because that's the thing, when you go far too detailed on things, and there's just detail everywhere, the viewer, whoever's looking at your painting, they just don't know what to focus on, because you're just throwing too much information at them, and it's very overwhelming. It's not a very smart way to draw, because again, if there's detail everywhere, it's too distracting, it's too overwhelming, and it doesn't make for a very good composition. And furthermore, it takes a long time to draw details. So that's why it's not exactly clever to go overboard on details, which was something I was guilty for a very long time. Back when I was doing more hyper-realistic drawings, I would just make everything detailed because I just didn't have any self-control, and I didn't really have any kind of um, idea of what the composition was really meant to be. Another reason I threw detail in everywhere in my drawings was because I would use detail to hide the mistakes, which I think a lot of hyperrealists are guilty of. I think they use detail as a way to purposefully distract from things in the drawing that probably weren't drawn correctly. Things like proportion and composition and anatomy, you know, those really important things that make a good figure painting. I think a lot of hyperrealists tend to use so much detail and like flood the painting with detail as a way of distracting you from the things they got wrong in the drawing. So detail is something you want to be very careful of. You don't want to you actually want to simplify. And make no mistake, simplification is not easy. It's quite difficult to actually simplify something. Like these trees, for example, I need to find a way to simplify these trees. So I need to kind of sketch them in a way where I don't spend hours and hours on them. Which means I need to plan my hatching strokes. And I need to be I need to think very carefully about the tone, where I put the dark shapes and where I put the light shapes, and how to kind of, I suppose, create the illusion of a tree rather than actually drawing every single leaf and branch and twig. And I think in this particular case, the silhouette is probably the thing that's going to help me the most with that. You know, if I can sort of focus on the silhouette up here and then let everything sort of fade down down here, if I can just stay focused on that, then I might have a much better chance at conveying the thing that I want to convey here. But simplification is very, very important. And you always have to be thinking, okay, how can I do more with less strokes? How can I build this image without overcrowding the image? How can I sell the illusion of a tree without actually drawing the tree in any kind of great detail? These are always things that you need to be constantly thinking of, unfortunately. And it's hard, because it's so easy to just keep adding more and more. You can just add leaves everywhere and draw them in great detail, and draw the texture of the bark on the tree trunks. But it's not an effective way to draw, because it's not productive. It's just a lot of busy work. And you will get a much more effective image if you can learn to simplify your strokes. So you can kind of see here, I've just hatched away at that. It's only been about 14 minutes. And I've got something in there, you know. It's not perfect, but it's definitely something. And then what I would have to do here is I would have to kind of shade this in a way that makes a bit more sense. So the reference that I'm looking at is, while it is helpful, it's not really giving me all the information. The photo that I'm looking at, the trees are it's been taken at a very different time of day. So it's a bit problematic, because now I've got to think about, okay, well, this drawing that I'm drawing is a very different time of day compared to the reference I'm looking at. So I've got to think very hard about my lights and shadows. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I can do that. But I've got to shade this in a way that actually makes sense, because everything in nature and everything in the world is a 3D form. Everything is 3D. Everything is affected by perspective, and everything is affected by light and shadow. The perspective of the tree, I don't have to worry too much about. I mean, the tree is taller than us, so I guess I should think about drawing the tree from a sort of a bottom-up view. But the thing that I think I really need to concern myself with is the direction of light, and how I need to carve these shadows without really calculating them, but just making sure these shadows make sense in the context of the lighting scheme, while still keeping it all simplified. Not an easy task. Despite the very simple strokes that I'm putting in, it's actually quite a difficult task. And trees do have form. Their leaves, their branches, the way they grow, it's all a three-dimensional form, and that's what I have to pay special attention to when I'm drawing these. So I've got a bit of a mission in front of me. And I will admit, trees are not exactly my strong suit. I don't really draw enough of them to really be that good at it. But if I need to, I can always take an online course. I can see if there's like any landscape courses, or even any courses dedicated to drawing the tree. And that would help me a lot. Art instructors are always going to be your best friend, I think. Especially people who can draw better than you, and people who know the subject that they are teaching. They're always going to be your best friend, because they will teach you how to see, they will teach you how to visualize. And listen, it might have been a good idea had I perhaps done some preliminary studies for this. Although I do actually consider this sketch to be the preliminary study, even if it is taking me a while. But yeah, you can see there is no detail in this. Nothing complicated about what I'm doing here, really. Even though sometimes it feels complicated. I'm just using tone as my weapon of choice. A lot of different ways I can use it. I can sort of tone the leaves like I did here. What I'm doing right now I think is rather effective. So this white patch is like the silhouette of the tree in the foreground. And I'm sort of shading around it, just hatching around it. And these hatching strokes just kind of fade out into the trees in the background. Nature is a difficult subject because nature is so chaotic. There's a lot going on. There's actually too much going on half the time. And it's a tough one to draw because you really got to simplify what you're looking at. You really got to let go of the idea of being in control a little bit, but at the same time you do have to still be in control as well. It's a very paradoxical thing, I think, when it comes to drawing nature. But as long as I keep hatching away, I should hopefully get a somewhat decent image. It might not be perfect, and you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. But I should hopefully end up with something that looks remotely like what I'm trying to depict, with any luck. And I kind of want the tone to get a little bit lighter around the figures. Obviously not like white, but just a light tone around here, just to kind of simulate like a bit of a mist, which will help establish a bit of an atmosphere. And it also helps to separate the figures in the foreground from what's going on in the background. And that was something that took me, I think, way too long to figure out. So it's a bit of a cop-out. You know, it's a very simple technique, just fade to light. But I think, again, as I keep saying, simple is effective. So, you know, simplicity is actually good. You want to make sure you fade out that detail and so the figures can come forward. You don't have to draw everything in the composition, and again, that was just something that took me far too long to really figure out, because I was so obsessed with drawing every single detail that I think one day I just came to the realization that all of these details that I was adding into the drawing wasn't necessarily making the drawing better. Remember, you're not really simulating a fully 3D environment when you're working on these compositions. You're drawing an illusion. Everything you draw is a two-dimensional illusion. And it's your job, it's not your job to figure out where all the pieces fit exactly. It is your job to use tone and line as a weapon to create the illusion that you're trying to sell. You're not actually trying to simulate a fully 3D environment. That's not what you do. You're only selling the impression of it. And in these early sketches, you are you're really only figuring them out. It's through constant sketching that you make a lot of mistakes. And it's through the mistakes that you make is when you truly learn. So, if you're learning how to draw and you've just been reading countless books on the subject, and you've not really been going through the act of doing it, then that would be a huge mistake. You should draw even if you feel like you don't know how to draw, because that's how you are going to learn. It's like any other job. Most of your learning is done on the job. You don't try and strive for perfection before doing the job, because it doesn't work that way. You need experience. You need those failures to back you up. So you can't be afraid of failure. It's frustrating when you fail. But it's also necessary, because there are countless opportunities for learning when you fail, just so long as you're paying attention to what you're doing. Okay? If you're not paying attention to what you're doing, then you're not going to improve. And I think most people's frustrations, I don't think it's the failure itself that frustrates artists. I think it's failure and not knowing how to solve that failure. I think that's what frustrates artists specifically. That's certainly my case. If I make a mistake, for example, in a drawing, but I know how to correct that mistake, then that's fine. That's not a problem. And I've been doing that all along in this sketch. This whole sketch has just been a series of mistakes and corrections. I can't predict everything I'm going to do on the page. I'm just searching around. But if I do make a mistake, I'm also comfortable in the knowledge that I can fix that mistake. So that's why I'm enjoying this drawing, because yes, I am making mistakes, but I'm also fixing them, and identifying the issues with the drawing and I'm approaching it that way. But if I make a mistake and I have no idea how to fix that mistake, and if I keep making that same mistake, that's when I'm going to start getting frustrated. Because at that point, I'm not really learning anymore. And I think that's what the vast majority of artists are frustrated with a lot of the time. So I don't think it's the mistakes that put people off from drawing. I think it's just not knowing what to do. And you know, you've got a couple of options for when that happens, right? I would say the best option, if you can, if it's possible to afford it, you know, I don't want you breaking the bank, but if it's possible, try to seek out an art instructor, because and you know, try to do your research and find a good one, because not all art instructors are equal. But you know, they will help you, because they can see the problems that you can't see. Like, there are two types of problems, right? There are the problems that you can see in your own work, and you know, there are the problems that you can see and you're aware of. But there's also the problems that you can't even see at all. And so an art instructor will help you out with those too. And if you seek help, and there's nothing wrong with seeking help, they will get you to where you need to be going, and they will just kind of fast track you a little bit. So you know, I do believe that having a good art instructor is crucial. That's one thing you can do. But you know, it does cost money, and I understand that. The other thing you can do, if art instruction is not a possibility, then you are going to have to seek tuition in some form. So you would probably try and research a book about the subject, which again does require you to spend a little bit, but maybe it's a more affordable option. And the good thing about having books and you know, online courses and things like that is that they're a product that typically you keep forever. So you can refer to it as many times as you need. That's why I'm a huge advocate for online learning. I've done a heap of it. You know, when I had the funds to do it, I always made sure I would try and do it, because I think it's just a great thing to have. And I've learned from a variety of different sources. I've also just learned from trial and error. Just going to shade this bit in here. I think I might be falling into that trap of going too detailed again. Maybe. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I think seeking help in some form, whether it's an instructor or whether it's an online course or an art book or a YouTube video, that's valid. That's also valid. I think that's a great thing to do. And so I think that's what you should be doing. If you're stuck, if you are frustrated with your work and you feel hopelessly stuck in what you are doing, then I think that's probably a sign that you should be looking for help in some form or other. Because I tell you something, the sooner you get that problem sorted out, the sooner you can get back to drawing the things you really want to draw. Now, when it comes to seeking out art education online, of course, you can find some sources for free on the internet. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily, as long as it's legal. Um, that's also an option. Because there is a wealth of knowledge on the internet, and you can learn a surprising amount of things, just free of charge. Like, there's people like myself who post videos on YouTube. There are people who have like blogs and like art blogs, and they just provide information, like little tidbits of information, I suppose, but information nonetheless. And you tend to find a lot of that on the internet. So my other advice, if you're struggling to draw, is just get on Google and just have a search whatever topic it is you're struggling with, and just see what comes up. I think you'll be surprised. There's that old saying, those who seek shall find, something like that. I think that's true. I think if you're looking hard enough and you're researching a specific subject hard enough, you'll find it. Like, you will find information on that subject, whatever it may be. But one thing I will say to you is, if you do decide to go down that route where you're trying to just learn by digging up tidbits of information, and you don't, maybe it's not possible to afford an art instructor or whatever, that's okay. But what I will say is, it's definitely going to take you a lot longer to learn. You might not be spending money, but you will certainly spend time. And that's not always a bad thing, but me personally, I take a little bit more online art tuition for myself, just learning from artists who I like. I do it a little bit more these days because I don't do it all the time, like I wish I could, but I'm not really, I don't have that kind of money just yet. But any chance it's possible, I will try to, because I've just learned much faster through art instruction. Like, I've spent a long time trying to teach myself how to draw, and I think I've done fairly well, all things considered. But god damn, it took me a long time. And sometimes I just kind of get caught up thinking about how much time I would have saved if I just kind of bit the bullet and maybe sought tuition a lot sooner. Because people are full of information. Like, every time you think you know it all about drawing or about art or about painting, there's someone who just comes along and just blows your mind. Like, when you see the way they draw and you see how they visualize things. Like, there's people like that everywhere in the world. So, you're never going to know it all. So it's good to stay curious, and it's good to always keep learning, however you do it. I guess that's the main takeaway of this rant. Yeah, don't stop learning. Honestly, the moment you stop learning, and this isn't just art, this is everything ever. The moment you stop learning, that's when you stagnate. That is when you are not going to progress. You've got to always keep looking for new ways of thinking. So stay curious. Curiosity might not be good for the cat, but I think it's very good for the artist. Well, I think we've got something emerging in the background there. Like I said, I don't really draw trees all that often. So I'm really just simplifying it right now. I don't want to... although I'm looking at the clock and it did take me 40 minutes just to sketch that, so maybe I need to speed things up a little bit. I don't know. But I think it's good to take your time with a subject that you're not quite familiar with. Like, I'm not going to pretend to be any good at drawing trees. I don't think what I've drawn is bad, but I am definitely proceeding very, very carefully. I will say that. Okay. To be honest, I probably shouldn't be looking at photos, though. I should probably be looking at drawings. Those are my favorite references. I like looking at drawings of artists who I like, so rather than looking at a photo, I should probably look at like maybe an artist whose work I like and see how they sketch trees. And because I'm drawing, I would definitely be looking for an artist who draws. But I've already come this far, so I guess I'll stick with the photo reference, I guess. But yeah, it's very tricky using this reference. Like the reference that I'm looking at, it's a totally different time of day. So like the time of day in this reference is like maybe midday. Like the sun is out. It's really bright. Whereas again, in my composition, this is kind of like an early morning sort of dawn time. So a lot of these shadows that I'm sketching in right now, I really am just making up because I don't really have a choice. Which is fine. I mean, look, you can see how doable it is. This is why it's so important to draw from imaginations. You know, for these exact kind of things, instances. It's just good. And the photo reference I'm looking at, the quality is not really very good. Which doesn't matter, because I mean, I'm not really sketching any kind of ridiculous amount of detail anyway, but it is rather pixelated. So, it doesn't help things. I mean, this is why it's always good to sketch from nature, I guess, and go to the real source material. But the only problem is, you know, I'm trying to sketch like this sort of German forest, and I don't live in Germany. I live in Australia. We don't have German forests here. We got a whole lot of outback, a lot of gum trees. So, yeah. German forests we do not have. And as far as I'm aware, the Romans did not conquer anywhere in Australia, so it would be cool if they did. I wouldn't mind having a Colosseum somewhere in Brisbane. But, you know, I just kind of have to make do with what I got. I think that's pretty effective as far as backgrounds go. Again, I could really push that further, but I would like to look at how some other artists approach that problem when it comes to shadows on trees and things like that. And truth be told, I think I really would have to do a separate study but yeah, perspective drawing and thinking in 3D, that's always going to be your best weapon, because like even though I'm not very good, well, I mean, I'm not much of a tree sketcher, I've still got a basic idea of a forest in the background, and I'm just relying on my knowledge of 3D forms. So I'm trying to draw each tree as a 3D form. Despite how abstract they are, despite how chaotic they are, they do still have a form. And it's my job as an artist to kind of simplify that. And you can see how I'm like chipping into the silhouettes of these trees a lot to kind of, I guess, simulate the texture of the leaves. Without trying to draw every single bloody one, because that would just be very silly. It'd be a very, very silly thing to do. It's not productive. It's not effective. It's only going to make the drawing worse, not better. So, you know, it's the age-old rule, right? Less is more. Tone is my weapon of choice right now. If I can depict it tonally, then I might have a chance. But yeah, I'll definitely need a lot more practice drawing trees. Before I even think about attempting a painting of this. But I think that looks pretty cool. As far as a sketch goes, that's okay. It's funny, I'm looking on the screen and it kind of looks like on the screen it kind of looks like the trees are slanting on an angle. Yeah, they actually are vertical, but on the screen looks like they're slanting. I guess that's the fisheye effect of the camera, which happens. It's not a bad thing. All right. What else we got? We got this. See, this is something I want to really chip into here. So this is like the banner. Like I kind of want like a flag, sort of. Yeah, I want like somebody like holding the banner, like the Roman SPQR or whatever, behind these legions. I think that would just be a really cool image, but I do think I need to think about what the lighting is going to be on that. Let's go. Well, I suppose the sun would be hitting. I don't know. I'm just trying to decide compositionally what's going to work with that. Because I was thinking maybe the sun would be hitting it, so it would be bright. Compositionally, though, would it be better if I rendered it darker? And there's a bit of contrast between the mist and the darkness of the flag. That might also work. And then that way I can keep these figures highlighted. Decisions. I definitely want a little bit of contrast with the open sky. So, you know, I wouldn't mind having like a stronger silhouette. It's kind of why I put the banner there in that part of the composition anyway. So let's maybe play around with some ideas. I should probably look for a reference of like a Roman banner though, which I kind of know. there's some tassels or something on the bottom. Usually, well, I've seen them where they've got like these leather straps on either side. Which I did sketch those in, but I think they've disappeared now. So, bit of a shame, but whatever. I'm gonna just very quickly sketch in the idea of what I want. So here's a tree in the background. It's the silhouette there. I'm putting way more effort into this drawing than I thought I initially would, which is okay. Nothing wrong with that. Oh dear, the many problems of developing a composition. Okay, not bad. Don't hate it. I don't hate it. I just want to see if maybe we can improve this idea. Yeah, I'm actually kind of liking. I'm liking the idea of like having the upper part of the banner be a bit darker, sort of contrast with the sky, and then a bit more contrast at the bottom. And then so that way it's kind of coming forward a little more. So, when you're using tone in a composition, you're not always thinking about what's realistic for the lighting scenario necessarily. You're trying to design the lighting scenario just like you're designing everything else in the painting. So like realistically, the sunlight from this angle, I think, would be hitting the front face of this banner, but tonally, I'm going to darken the upper edge of it anyway. so that it contrasts against that bright sky. Because the thing is well, I am only working with pencil for this sketch, and you know, there's only so many tones that I can have. I can only go so dark with it. So I'm actually working with a very limited range. And so because of that, I have to really search for opportunities to make the tones work and contrast against each other, even if it's probably technically not the most accurate way of doing it. So I guess for this banner, I'm going to employ the gradient effect, which is hugely effective. And the gradient is, I call it a gradient. You might call it something else, but it's basically a very gradual transition from dark to light. And it's a bit of an optical illusion, because when you've got these two tones contrasting with this object, it makes the value of the object kind of look a bit more uniform, just very slightly, even though it's not. But to really pull this effect off, you have to hatch it in very carefully. So that's kind of what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put the gradient in as gently as I can. I'm going to really even out that tone. And then I can put the details on top of that. You can use the gradient in the trees as well, for example, which I've kind of been doing already a little bit. Gradient is such a powerful tool. Because it just helps you to highlight things, certain objects, without disrupting the composition too much tonally. So just because you're trying to draw realistically doesn't mean you are a slave to the laws of real life and how it works. You really need to start thinking of yourself more as a designer. Okay? You are designing the composition, okay? You are not trying to compete with reality. You are not trying to compete with real life and how it works. You are simply designing it. Because at the end of the day, that's all you can do. You can't compete with nature. When it comes to realism, nature will always outdo you, okay? So yes, while we want to make our drawings realistic, we do not necessarily want to be a slave to reality, because we know better than to compete with it. And so our best bet is to draw a little bit stylistically if we can, and try to simplify things where we can and change things when we can, in the hopes of creating an effective image on a two-dimensional surface. That's the way I see it. So hopefully that one makes sense. Art is such a crazy subject. Like, it's so difficult to teach on account of how complex it is. But I'm hoping these little rambles will make sense to you in some form or another. Maybe I'm going to think about some of the drapery folds in this banner right now. I might just hatch them in. Like so. Okay. And then any kind of details like the symbols. I can probably draw them in with my eraser. You just kind of get the eraser in there and just highlight certain things. Might be a more effective way of drawing this part at this point. But I think that's not a bad image. Let me just sort of finish it off a little bit. I think we need a little more detail than this. And there's like that pointed spear on the top of the flagpole. Kind of just shade that part in there. So I don't think I'm going to draw any of the background characters in this sketch because I feel like I've spent a bit too long on it in a sense. And I would, if I wanted to add any more characters, I'd probably have to spend a bit longer on the line work and just plan it out a little bit better. But as a sketch, I don't think this is actually a bad composition to begin with. I'm kind of liking it. I'm really feeling it, to be honest. I feel like I can really develop this idea a little more. I like the shadows. I like the atmosphere. I like the perspective. There's a lot of things I like in this image, despite the fact that it's not really finished. I am liking it a lot. Well, I'm going to leave that part of the video here and I'll return to this a little bit later. I'm just going to take a break. Okay, so what you're seeing on the screen right now is basically the finished sketch. It was a bit of a marathon, this one. I don't really expect anybody to have made it to the end of this video. If you have, well done to you. But this is basically just how I'm going to leave it. When I started this drawing, I intended it to be a sketch, and that's kind of how I want to leave it. I think I went a little bit overboard, but I don't mind taking my sketches a little bit further. Because the whole idea of this was to really just flesh out the idea and really just to develop a concept. And sometimes you can do that in 2 hours. Sometimes it takes 10 hours. You can't really predict these things very much. But moving forward, though, I would like to work with this idea a lot more. and develop it even further. Now that I know what the composition is going to be, I think I can work a little bit more quickly now. I've already started sketching up some of the different faces for these characters. So really getting into the details now and trying to draw some character designs for them. But yeah, this video, at the very least, I hope it was a bit more insightful in how to actually develop one of these sketches. You know, if in doubt, just slowly chip away at it, you know, and just keep exploring. Don't try to go too detailed, you know. Always think about the overall image. You really just want to explore as much as you can, and you know, don't rush the process either, you know, like really just take your time. You know, it's not a race. I do think quick sketching is important, but you have to remember it's not a race, and sometimes you need to put a lot of time in to really develop the concept. But yeah, I think I'll return to this piece pretty soon, actually, because I just think that would make for an awesome painting. I think even just as a larger drawing, it would be amazing, and so I'm going to try and stick with this one. But yep, there you go. Developing a composition 101. I don't think anybody's really going to watch the full video because it's a bit ridiculous to watch a 10-hour long video, but I think you can use this video as a reference. I think it's just something you can come back to time and time again, just to kind of use it as a visual reference when you need it. So hopefully you learned a lot from this one.